Okay. All right. And then I will also ask you to switch off your microphone so that there will not be feedback in the background. Okay, so switch off your microphone and then switch off your video until you are asked to switch on again. Okay. Okay, okay, good. Okay, Ma'am Christy, welcome. Sir Sunny, welcome. And Sir Gapor, welcome too. So welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. Okay, so let's begin our session for today. So we are going to begin by talking about what peer review is. Okay, we'll begin by talking about what peer review is all about. Okay, I'm very sure that for some of you, you have some experience or you have some knowledge about what peer review is and what peer review is not. Okay, so uh, I'm just going to add more and more to the knowledge you already have to make it more extensive and to make things clearer to you. Okay, so what is peer review? So when we say peer review, we are talking about the process whereby the work of an author is subjected to the scrutiny of various experts in a particular field. So for example, if you look at the image here, okay, so we have one author who has completed this work. And then we have so many experts representing the eye that you find here. So what we are going to do is we are going to scrutinize the work, okay, to find the strength, the weaknesses, to make comments for improvement, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that is the process of peer review. Okay, so why do we need to do peer review, or why do we need to subject our paper to peer review? Okay, but it's important because it functions to encourage authors to meet the accepted standards. Okay, and then it also controls the dissemination of research data to ensure that people do not make claims that are not warranted. Okay, because there are times somebody will use somebody's information and then claim it to be his own. Okay, so you can claim somebody's information or somebody's data. Everything you write should always be original. Okay, there are sometimes so there are unacceptable interpretations, and then there are personal views. Okay, so all these things are checked through a peer review process by experts. And then the experts will give their opinions and then find the bias and then tell the weaknesses and the strength of the paper. So that at the end of the day, if the work published is not authentic, the work that need to be published is not authentic, okay, it could be rejected. And then only authentic, original work that contributes to the scientific discipline is published. Okay, so this is one of the reasons why peer review process is very, very important. Okay, so without peer review process, it means that any work can be published. Any work could be published. So peer review process is very, very important. Okay, to help get the proper work published. Okay. Now the purpose is to filter to ensure that only high quality research is published. Okay, especially when we are talking about reputable journals. Okay, if a journal is not reputable, usually they don't place emphasis so much on quality. But for reputable journals, quality is very, very important. Okay, and then ensuring the significance of the study, and then how original that the study is. Okay, so that is it. And then it is intended also to improve the quality of manuscript, okay, that are deemed suitable for publication. So I mentioned this earlier, that through peer review process, the quality of the paper is improved. Later on, we are going to talk about the differences that has developed over time because of changes. Before, peer review process was either to accept or reject, but now things have changed. So now, for most journals, peer review is meant to improve the paper, not just to reject the paper. So things have changed a little. Things have changed a little. It's not like before. Okay, so things have really changed. Okay, so things are not just like as they were before. Okay, so now let's look at how peer review began. Let's look at how peer review began. So the concept of peer review was developed long before even journals began. Okay, so basically peer review, uh, as I mentioned earlier, is a process, okay, which is deemed to originate long ago, since the time of ancient Greek or Greeks. So origin of peer review began in the medical field in ancient Greece, actually. Okay, and they used it to access medical records, especially when patients will visit. So the peer review process was described by a physician named Ishaq bin Ali al-Rawi of Syria, okay, who lived between 854 to 931. Okay, in his book, Ethics on Physicians. Okay, so in his book, he described how peer review process began. So basically, he stated that physicians must take notes describing the state of their patient's medical conditions, okay, upon their visit. And then after treatment, the notes taken by the physician is usually scrutinized by a local medical council to determine whether the physician really met the required standards of the medical care. So usually if the standard is not met, okay, what happens is that the physician in question could receive lawsuit, okay, from the maltreated patient, or even the physician can lose his license if after scrutiny or after the peer review of the notes taken during the session is deemed not appropriate, then the physician in question can be in trouble. So this is how peer review process began. This is how peer review process began. Okay, so like I mentioned, there have been a lot of evolution when it comes to peer review process. Okay, there are a lot of trends. Okay, as peer review was 10 years ago, it's not the same as peer review now. Excuse me, I want to try to show my photo at the same time, but it keeps disappearing. Let me see. I want my video image to show, but it keeps appearing and disappearing. Just a minute, let me see. Okay, just a minute. I will try to check this out. Okay, just a minute. Okay, just a moment. I will share again. Okay, I think problem fixed. Okay. Okay, so we are going back to where we were. Okay. All right. So these are some of the trends or some of the changes. Okay. So lack of peer review does not necessarily mean that a paper is poor. No. Okay. So if a paper is not reviewed, it doesn't mean the paper has a poor quality. Okay. That is one thing. And then authors publish any article, okay, at that meets minimum standard for publication, and relying on the community of evaluators or the community of peers is to check and then uh, give suggestions for improvement. Okay, before it was not like that, but now the trend has changed. So when you submit a paper for publication, it is expected that the peer review process, the peer review team will help you give suggestions to make the paper better. These are some of the new trends in peer review. Okay. And then again, okay, the rapid growth of non-selective review, okay, as practiced by some open access journals. Okay, when we say non-selective review, we are talking about the process whereby the peer review does not necessarily reject paper based on the subject area or the content. Okay, as much as the content is good, then the journal is going to help you to improve the other areas to make the paper ready for publication. Okay, and then when we say open access journals, we are talking about journals that do not use the traditional peer review system. For traditional peer review system, most of their focus is on impact factor. Okay, but for open access journals, their 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 focus is on quality content. Okay, like that. So non-selective reviews usually guarantee high acceptance rate, and then virtually eliminate the delays when authors are forced to resubmit articles to multiple journals in sequence and provide fewer opportunities for reviewer bias and than traditional peer review process. So over here, what it means is that because of the new trend, non-selective journals and then open access journals, now researchers are not forced to submit their paper to 2 or 3 journals at the same time. Actually, in the past, I did that before, whereby you submit, ideally for ethical reasons, a paper should be submitted to 1 journal at a time. Okay, but because of traditional peer review process, if you submit the paper, you have only 20% chance that your paper will be accepted. So authors are forced to submit their papers to so many journals at the same time, hoping that one of them will accept the paper. But this trend has changed because of open access journals, non-selective journals. Okay, so traditional print journals with their strong focus on impact factor, okay, limited page budget and high marginal cost. They use selective peer review, okay, to pick research papers likely to attract large number of citation, often rejecting as many papers as possible. Okay, so for most traditional journals, uh, when papers are submitted, they publish only 10 to 20%. For example, if they receive 100 papers, they are going to publish only 10 to 20 of them. Okay, because their focus is on making money. So they consider which paper is going to make more impact, which paper is going to uh, really attract more readers. So their focus is not on the content or whatever. Their focus is on attracting readers and getting higher impact factor and making more income. Okay, so that is the traditional peer review system. But this has really changed, right? This has really changed. Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
We can hear you, but unfortunately we cannot start the video, so it's okay. We can hear you, Doctor.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You were
Yeah,
disconnected for a while, but yeah, you're on back. You're back on.
yeah. I had a little technical issue, but it's fixed already. Okay. All right.
No
So,
stress, Doc. It's Saturday.
okay. So now compared to before, uh, peer review process is not so difficult like it used to be many years ago. So you have higher chances of getting the paper published if the paper is submitted in an open access journal or in a journal that is non-selective. You have more and greater chance of getting your paper published compared to as things were many years ago. Okay, so it's very, things have changed significantly compared to years before. For example, the papers we have been submitting, apart from the training that we do, we also improve research papers for publication. And then the papers we submit, around 8 to 9 of the papers we submit to the Scopus and Web of Science journals, usually they are accepted for publication. So we have like 80 to 90% success in our publication. Usually the papers that are rejected, we just check the reviewer comment, improve them, and then resubmit again. Okay, so it's not difficult like before getting a paper published. Okay, so online open access publishers with their ability to publish a much broader range of papers have adopted a more experimental approach, okay, reflected in the new peer review policies. So open access publishers, they are easy to publish paper with them than the traditional uh, publishers. And then what I mean is that there are some journals, before you can download a paper from their website, you need to pay. And those are traditional journals. Okay. If the journal, you don't have to pay before you can download a published paper. That is an open access journal. Basically, these are the differences. Okay, these are the one of the differences. So in 2006, clause 1 stated that the journal will use peer review only, okay, to determine whether a paper is technically sound. Okay, is technically sound and worthy of inclusion in a scientific record. Okay, so these are some of the changes. So now peer review is used to check whether the paper is technically sound. Okay, so once the content is good, they are going to check the technicality, whether the grammar, the formatting, and all those things. And then they will get the paper published. So that is the focus of open access journals now. Okay, so it also provides a stronger guarantee of scientific quality than reviewless publication. Okay, there are some journals, especially the predatory journals. Usually when you submit your paper to them, they don't do any peer review. After 3 days, they will tell you your paper is accepted. And that is very horrible. Okay, because they don't subject the paper to any peer review process at all. Usually the paper should be subjected to peer review. So non-selective is better than reviewless publication. So don't submit your paper to any journal that will tell you just 3 days your paper is accepted, or 1 week your paper is accepted. If they tell you 1 week your paper is accepted, that is a predatory journal. That is one thing you should know. A peer review process should take at least about 2 months, on average, about 2 months. Okay, so the range is between 1 month to 3 months. That is the typical peer review process. So if they tell you 1 week your paper is accepted, run away. That is, they are just interested in money, not quality paper. Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, and then gives authors the credit associated with only peer review publication. So focus on submitting papers in journal that are peer reviewed. Okay, if they are not in Scopus or in ISI or whatever, as much as they are CHED accredited, that is okay. That is okay. CHED accredited journals are not predatory journals, even though they might not be in Scopus or in Web of Science. Okay. So the spread of various forms of open review, which remove reviewer anonymity. Over here, many years ago, usually you will not get to know who is reviewing your paper. Okay, but now there are some journals, after you submit your paper to them, you will get to know who is reviewing your paper. Okay, so the reviewer is not anonymous like before. Okay, this is for some journals. Okay, because the goal of the journal is to properly collaborate to improve the paper and make the paper excellent for publication. Okay, so usually the reviewer is not anonymous. This is one of the trends. Okay, another is the use of various forms of interactive review. Okay, in which the editor, the reviewer, and the authors work together to improve the quality of the paper. Okay, so I have also encountered some journals, okay, whereby the editor, the author, and then the reviewer collaborate together, okay, to make the paper best for publication. This is also one of the trends in recent peer review. So things have really evolved not like it was like 5, 10 years ago. Okay, so this is the process, the peer review process. Okay, so typically it looks like this. Manuscript is produced and then submitted to the journal. Okay, then there will be an initial review by the editor. Okay, if the editor thinks the content is not fit for the journal, okay, the paper will be rejected right away. However, if the editor thinks the content is good, okay, he's going to assign a reviewer for the paper, okay, and then the manuscript will be emailed out, okay, it will be emailed out to the reviewers. So when this is done, the review process usually takes like average of around 2 months. So now the review will be completed. If the reviewer thinks the paper needs to be rejected, then it will be rejected over here. Okay? If it is accepted, it will be published right away. But usually this does not happen. Okay? Publishing the paper right away or accepting the paper right away usually does not happen. That is one thing. Maybe 1 out of 50 papers will be accepted right away. Okay, so usually what happens is minor revision, like that. So over here, okay, manuscript needs revision. So when we say revision here, it can be major revision or minor revision. Okay, usually the papers we submit, they are just minor revisions, minor revisions. So if it's minor revision, okay, it will be emailed, the journal will email the author, and then the author will make the revision. So after the revision is done, if the journal thinks the review is not okay, they will reject the paper. Or they can tell the author to do another second revision again. Okay, I have had that experience too with one of the journals, because some of the things they did not point out initially. And then after that, they said, oh, you have to fix this area too. So if the revision made is accepted, the paper is going to be, the manuscript will be accepted and then published in the journal. Okay, so this is the process that goes on in the peer review process. Okay, so we have to just take note of that. So when your paper goes through all these, then the paper is going to be accepted and published. So like I said, the process takes average of around 2 months to get this process completed. Okay, now let's continue. So the peer review process begins when the researchers complete a study and then writes the manuscript, okay, that describes the purpose, the experimental design, the results, the conclusions of the study. So when that is done, the researcher then submits this paper, okay, to a suitable journal that specializes in his field. Okay, so after that, the editor of the journal reviews the paper to ensure that the subject matter is in line, okay, with that of the journal, and that it fits well, okay, within the editorial platform. Okay, that is why usually it's important that before you submit your paper, you need to make sure that you check the scope of the journal. Okay, you check the scope of the journal to see that the scope of the journal really fits into your own situation, or your study fits the scope of the journal, because that could be the first reason for rejection. If your paper does not fit in the scope, it will be rejected right away. Okay, all right. So very few papers pass this initial evaluation. So peer reviewers are also known as referees. Okay, so for your paper to pass this initial stage, number one, it has to fit within the scope of the journal. And then number two, it should be plagiarism free. That is the second thing the editor is going to check. Number one, the scope, and then number two, plagiarism. And then number three is going to check the content, if it is appropriate for publishing. So after these three exercises, he's going to email it out to the reviewers to check or to give their suggestion. So if the journal editors feel that a paper sufficiently meets these requirements, and it's written by a credible source, okay, they will send the paper to the peer reviewers to check the paper and then provide their comments, either to publish or to reject the paper. So basically the role of an editor is to select the appropriate manuscript for the journal and to implement and monitor the peer review process. Okay, so that is what the editor does basically. So the editors ensure that reviews are conducted fairly, okay, and in an effective and timely manner. So they must also ensure that there are no conflict of interest, okay, involved in the peer review process. Okay, when we say conflict of interest, example can be like, let's say that the reviewer, okay, is connected to a particular institution where a paper submitted to the journal comes from. So it's like the reviewer knows the author. If the reviewer knows the author, there is a conflict of interest. Okay, that is one thing. So in that case, the editor needs to make sure that there is no conflict of interest, because the tendency is that if I know the author, I may become biased. Maybe he's my friend, he's my student. Because of that, I will not really be very strong in the review process. I'll be lenient and then let the paper be published. So all these kind of conflict of interest need to be removed completely. They need to be removed from the peer review, process. Okay, so that is one thing that will be checked. Okay, now the next thing here, when a reviewer is provided with a paper, he or she reads it carefully and scrutinizes it to evaluate the validity of the science, the quality of the experimental design, and the appropriateness of the method used. So these are some of the things the reviewer is going to check, okay? Especially the method used, okay? And then the design and so on and so forth. So the reviewer also assesses the significance of the research and then judges whether the work will contribute to the advancement in a field by evaluating the importance of the findings and determining the originality of the research. Okay, so one thing is originality, and then we have the importance or the significance of the research. And then we are talking here about advancement of the field. Okay, so the reviewer is going to check all these things and then make sure that this research is going to really contribute to academia, okay, before they approve the paper for publication. So additionally, reviewers also identify any scientific errors and references that are missing or incorrect. So usually, uh, every journal has got a particular style that they use. Some follow the IMRAD standard. Okay, when we say IMRAD, we are talking about a style of preparing paper which has to do with IMRAD, IMRAD, which is introduction, methodology, results, and discussion. Okay, that is the main format of the paper. And then when we talk about the references, there are so many referencing styles. The dominant ones are about 4 or 5 of them. We have APA, we have MLA, we have Harvard, we have Vancouver, and then we have, I think there's another one, fifth one, APA, MLA, Vancouver, Harvard. Okay, I think these are the 4 most dominant ones. Okay, so journals usually have different reference styles. So the reviewer is going to check that the reference style used really fits the journal style. So this is one of the things. And then peer reviewers also give recommendations to the editor, okay, regarding whether the peer, whether the paper should be accepted, rejected, improved, or rejected. Okay, so accepted, rejected, improved. These are usually the 3 options. Okay, so at the end of the review, you as the reviewer, you are going to give your recommendation to the editor, whether to accept the paper, reject the paper, or let the author improve the paper. Okay, so the editor is going to depend on your suggestions, okay, whether to accept or reject, or to ask the author to improve. So this is the reality, okay, and this is your duty. So based on that, the editor will mediate, okay, author-referee discussion, okay, in order to clarify the priority of certain referee requests, suggest areas that can be strengthened, okay, and then areas that can be overruled. Okay, so these are things the editor is going to do. Okay, so the editor serves like a bridge between the author and then the reviewer. Okay, so for some journals, if the reviewer and the editor are anonymous, okay, then the editor is going to be the bridge between them. So we have the reviewer, and then we have the author. So between them, we have the editor. Okay, so every correspondence between the reviewer and the author, okay, goes through the editor. So that the author cannot email the reviewer directly, no, because the author does not know who the reviewer is. Okay, so basically that is it. And then what the editor can do is this. When the reviewer provides the suggestions, okay, the editor has the right to accept or reject the suggestions. Okay, so we have something here we call overrule reviewer recommendation. So the editor has the right to do that. Okay, he has the right to overrule the reviewer recommendations or accept the reviewer recommendation. So basically, for every paper, there are at least 2 reviewers assigned. So the editor reads both the comment from both reviewers. If 3 reviewers, the editor is going to read all the comments. And then after that, he will come to a conclusion on which comments to accept and which comment to overrule, like that. So basically, that is how it is. So if the paper is accepted as per the suggestion of the peer review, the paper goes into the production stage where it is tweaked and then formatted by the editors and finally published in a scientific journal. Okay, so this is what happens at the end of the day. And the question here is, why do reviewers review? Why do reviewers review? Okay, like I mentioned earlier, if you see this image here, before, like 10 years ago, peer review looked like this image. So we have the editors, and then we have the author here trying to get his papers accepted. And then we have these reviewers here. And they are like criminals that are trying to kill the author's paper. Okay, but now it doesn't look like this anymore. So reviewers are typically not paid, okay, upon paid to conduct peer reviews, okay, and the process takes considerable effort. So the question is, what's their motivation? For example, when I do peer review, the journal does not pay me. The peer review is free. However, there are some other benefits which are not monetary. Okay, so the question is, why do reviewers review? Because they are not paid, okay, for reviewing. Okay, so some feel an academic duty to perform review and are of the mentality that if their peers are expected to review their papers, then they should review the work of their peers as well. So this is the mindset of some reviewers. Because if you submit your paper to a journal, some reviewers are going to check your paper. So in that case, why not review other authors' papers as well? Okay, so it feels ethical to do that. Okay, and then number two, in terms of career development, okay, peer reviewing can be desirable, okay, as it is often noted on one's resume or CV. So when you become a peer reviewer, actually it improves your academic ranking. It improves your academic ranking. And then you can put it on your CV. It makes your CV look more desirable. Yeah, because in the 21st century, research publication has become a big thing. And presently in the Philippines, I received a message, I think about 1 month ago, from one of the graduate school heads. And he told me now it's compulsory for graduate school students to publish their paper. And that's a requirement for graduation. Okay, so he was asking for assistance for their graduate student. Okay, so if you get your paper published, it makes you look more competent. And then if you are a peer reviewer too, it even makes you look more competent in terms of research publication. So it makes your paper look better. It makes your CV looks better. Okay, so many institutions consider, okay, a researcher's involvement in peer review when assessing their performance for promotion. Okay, so now being a reviewer or publishing a paper is also a requirement for promotion. And that is why we have to get involved, because it will help you to rise in the academic ranking faster. Okay, you will be able to rise faster than just waiting for 3 years to be promoted. And so that's one thing I hate about the higher educational system. that you have to wait and wait and wait before you can be promoted. So usually I advise our students, I say, look, don't wait to be promoted. While you are waiting, promote yourself. And you can promote yourself by publishing paper, getting involved in peer review. Okay, so usually by the time the 3 years is up, you have accumulated so many points. Okay, sometimes you can rise double or even triple the ranking. When the committee sit down, they cannot deny your accomplishment and the things you have achieved. So they will not promote you just a single step. They can give you a double step. It's possible. Yeah, I've seen that in USEP. Okay, so it's possible. So don't wait to be promoted. Just keep on writing and publishing paper and then be involved in peer review. So peer reviewing can also be an effective way for a scientist to show their superiors that they are committed to their scientific field. Okay, so if you are involved in peer review, it also makes your college president or your dean get to know that you are a very recent guy. Okay, in terms of academic knowledge, you are recent. Everyone who reviews paper or papers is recent. Why? Because he's constantly reviewing new findings from his discipline. So he's considered modern, and then he's considered recent as well. And then if ever there's a need for contribution in a graduate school or in your department, they are going to consult you. What do you think about this? Because they know that you are involved in peer review process. All right. So reviewers may also have personal contact with editors and may want to assist as much as possible. Okay, so you may have personal contact. Usually when you become a reviewer, okay, you have personal contact with journal editors. Okay, and from time, you can become an assistant editor or later become an actual editor yourself. So it's part of the process. It's part of the process of growth in the area of research. So others review to keep up to date with the latest development in their field. Okay, and reading new scientific papers is an effective way to do that. Okay, some others review because they really want to know about what is new in their field. Okay, some scientists use peer review as an opportunity to advance their own research, okay, as it stimulates new ideas, okay, and allow them to read about new experimental techniques, okay. So usually for researchers who are conducting new research, they would like to review so many papers, okay, because as they review, they learn more about their own discipline, and that helps them to be able to write a better paper. Okay, so that is one of the reasons why people do peer review. Okay, so others reviewers are keen on building association with prestigious journals and editors and becoming part of their community. As sometimes reviewers who show dedication to the journal can later become editors of the journal. They can be hired. Okay, when you are an editor, you have some incentives. Okay, so when you review for a particular journal for a long time, especially you are consistent in your deliveries, you are working hard to help the journal. Later on, if there's a vacancy, they are going to hire you. Okay, and then in that case, you are going to get some incentives. Okay, so sometimes some scientists see peer review as a chance to become aware of the latest research before their peers, okay, and thus be the first to develop new insight, okay, into the material. So sometimes, for example, When there's a new product, let's assume that Apple brings out a new iPhone, maybe iPhone 12 or iPhone 13. Okay, the reason why people queue to buy the new iPhone is that they want to be the first to use the iPhone because they find some pride in that. So in the same way, some researchers review, some reviewers or some scientists review because they want to first know what is new in their field. Okay, because it makes them feel proud to share the new discoveries with their peers. So because of that kind of pride, they want to do review. Okay, because of that kind of pride, they want to review. Okay, all right. Now let's look at what editors look for. Okay, the perfect reviewer. So if I want to be a reviewer, the question is, what are the editors going to look for? Okay, what are they going to expect me to do? Okay, what will be the requirement? Okay, what do I need to prepare? What should be my qualifications? And so on and so forth. Okay, so number one, your ability to do review within deadlines. Okay, this is one thing that the editors look for. Somebody who can review the paper before the deadline. Typically, when they give you a paper to review, they expect you to finish the review around 1 month to 6 weeks. So if you are able to finish it in 2 weeks, it means that you are a very, very good reviewer. Okay, and these are the kind of people that the editors look for. Okay, number two, competence in the field. So you also need to be knowledgeable in your field or in your discipline. Okay, because if you are not competent, the journal will not consider you. Okay, the journal will not consider you. So you need to be competent in your own field in order to be accepted. Okay, you have to be competent. Okay, next one, you need to be good, you need to have a good English background. Okay, you need to have a good English background. Okay, and because of many softwares, actually this is not really a big problem. Okay, because like for example, if you're using Grammarly, it's easy to check the grammar and do it even better. Okay, so it's not really a big issue. And then number four, competence in research methodology. Okay, you also need to be good with research methodology. Okay, yeah, because if you're not good in research methodology, you will not be able to evaluate the results very well. So you will need to be competent in that. And then you should have a publication experience. Okay, you should have a publication experience. So before you apply to review, you should be able to publish about 2 to 3 papers in a reputable journal. Okay, and then you will be able to push your way through becoming a reviewer. If you have not published any paper at all, they might not accept you because they will think that, look, you have no publication experience. How can you review a paper? Okay, so usually our suggestion is after the peer reviewer certification, okay, you need to focus on getting a research published, okay? And then we can help you to do exactly that. So when you publish 1, 2 papers, then you can apply as a peer reviewer in a journal. And then with that, you will be easily accepted. Now, number two, let's look at the models of peer review. The models of peer review. Okay. If you look at the image here, like 10 years ago, the traditional peer review was dominant. However, there have been transitions. Okay. And because of the transition, now we have a lot of open peer review. We have a lot of open peer review or open access journals, a lot of them. Okay, so the traditional journals are just very, very few. So peer review comes in different flavors, okay? So you must therefore check which variant is employed, okay, by the journal on which you are working, so you are aware of the respective rules. This is important because the rules of traditional journals are different from the rules of open access journals. Okay, so they've got different rules. So each system has its own advantage and disadvantages. Okay, so the traditional peer review process has its own pros and cons. In the same way, the open access peer review has also got its pros and cons. Okay, so you have to consider all these. Okay, you have to consider all these. Okay, so often one type of review will be preferred by a subject community, but there is an increasing call toward more transparency around the peer review process. Okay, and what that means is that the peer review process used in the medical field can be different from in the social sciences or in the humanities or in the physical sciences. It could be different. Okay, so you need to be double sure about all that. Okay, so in case of questions regarding the peer review model employed by the journal for which you have been invited to review, you need to consult the journal's homepage or contact the journal editorial office. Okay, so when you receive a letter or an invitation to review, okay, you have to contact the journal, ask them what kind of peer review model do you use. Okay, is it a traditional way or is it open access review? Which one are you using for the journal? But usually this kind of information can be found on the journal website. Okay, it can be found on the journal website. So you can easily know. So these are the first model. The first model is called single blind review. Single blind review. Okay, so in this type of review, okay, the name of the reviewer is hidden from the author. Again, the name of the reviewer is hidden from the author. So this is a traditional method of reviewing and is the most common type by far. Okay, so points to consider in regarding a single blind review. Okay, now let's look at some points here. Okay, reviewer anonymity allows for impartial decisions, which means that the reviewer should not be influenced by the author. So in this model, okay, the author doesn't know who is reviewing his paper. He's not aware who is reviewing his paper. So in that case, the author cannot influence the reviewer in any way. Okay, this is the first one. So authors may be concerned that reviewers in their field could display information, giving the reviewer the chance to publish first. Okay, So usually, uh, the authors are really concerned about this. Okay, so the editor makes sure that the reviewer is not known. It's not known to the author, so that there cannot be any kind of collaboration or uh, unethical thing between the editor, between the author and the reviewer. Okay, like giving of gifts and I mean things like that to influence the decision of the reviewer. Okay, so this is one thing. So reviewers may use their anonymity as justification for being unnecessarily critical or harsh when commenting on the author's work. So one thing is also that if you don't know who you are, whose paper you are checking, sometimes you can be very critical. That is one disadvantage. Okay, that is one disadvantage. You can be very critical. If you know the reviewer, you can be a little soft. If you know the author, you can be a little soft in your comments. But if you don't know who the author is, I mean, who cares? You can, I mean, do anything. So these are some of the realities. Okay, these are some of the realities. Okay. Now the next thing here is double-blind review. Double-blind review, which is a little different from the single-blind review. Okay. So over here, both the reviewer and the author are anonymous in this discipline. Okay, both the reviewer and then the author are anonymous. So which means that the reviewer does not know the author and the author does not know the reviewer. You get a point? So unlike the first example, the reviewer knows the author, but the author does not know the reviewer. That is a single blind. Now double blind, author does not know the reviewer does not know the author. Okay, so there are some pros and cons as well. So this reduces reviewer biases. For example, based on an author's gender, country of origin, academic status, or previous publication history. Okay, so in this case, uh, the reviewer is free to do anything he wants because he doesn't know the author at all. So unlike the single blind, he knows the author, so he can be a little lenient. But in a double blind, he doesn't know the author, and the author does not know him too. Okay, so articles written by prestigious or renowned authors are considered on the basis of the content, okay, of their paper, rather than their reputation. So this is the basis for checking the paper under the double-blind review system. Okay, so uh, you should bear in mind that despite the descriptions we have said, reviewers can often identify the author, okay, through their writing style, okay, the subject matter or the citation, okay. So it is exceedingly difficult to guarantee that the author is really going to be anonymous. So what that means is that if the reviewer really wants to find out who the author is, he can always find out. For example, if the author cited himself in the paper, I mean, the reviewer can know. Or the reviewer can check from Google Scholar and you will be able to trace some of the past researches of the author. Okay, so even though it's double blind, however, the reviewer want to find out, he can still find out. Okay, so more information for authors can be found, okay, on the in the double blind peer review guidelines. Okay, so usually when you check on the journal website, you can see the author guidelines there. You check them to be able to do the right thing. Okay. Now the next is the triple blind review. Triple blind review. So in this case, we are saying that reviewers are anonymous, okay, and the author's identity is unknown to both the reviewer and the editor, okay. So to both the reviewer and the editor, no one knows each other, okay. So the reviewer and the editor do not know the author, and then the author does not know the reviewer and the editor as well. So this is called triple blind review. So articles are anonymized at the submission stage, okay, and are handled in such a way to minimize any potential bias towards the authors. However, this is what you should note, okay, that open peer review is an umbrella term for many different models aiming at greater transparency during and after the peer review process. Okay, so here we are introducing another concept which is called open review. Okay, and over here the focus is to bring more transparency in the peer review process. So here both the reviewer and the author, okay, are known to each other, unlike the other three that we described earlier. Okay, so they know each other, and then, like I mentioned earlier, they collaborate, okay, to make the work better. So there are other types of open peer review, okay, which may include, okay, publication of reviewer's name on the article page, okay. In the single or double blind review, usually the author's name is removed, even in the triple blind. Okay, you cannot put your name and your institution on the paper. Everything is removed. Okay, but in open review, your name, your institution is still there. Okay, your name, your institution is still there. So you will not be anonymous. Okay, so publication of peer review report alongside the article, okay, whether signed or anonymous. So over here, usually when a paper is submitted or during the publication process, okay, the reviewer is going to sign, and then the editor is going to sign. Okay, so at that review, if the review report is submitted to the author, the signature of the reviewer is there. So the author is going to know who the reviewer was or who the reviewer is. Okay, so publication of peer review reports, signed or anonymous, together with the author and editor's responses alongside the article. So this is some of the information provided. And then publication of paper, okay, after quick check, and then opening a discussion forum to the community who can comment. Okay, the name will be there or it could be anonymous. For some journal, they have a discussion or they have a community whereby the paper is posted there, and then people will give all kind of comment about it. talking about the strengths and then the weaknesses of the paper and the area that needs to be improved. And this is part of the open review system. It's part of the open review system, okay? But this is not really used by most journals, okay? And then aside from the open review, we have another concept we call the internal review. Internal review. So with the internal review, the editors of the journal review each manuscript to see if it meets the requirements for articles published in the journal. Okay, so that is, it reports on original research or present original content that links to previous research theory and or teaching practices. Okay, and that it is sufficient. It meets the sufficiency requirement, okay, of the journal in terms of merit. So over here, usually there is not just one single editor, but there are more than one editor. It could be 2, 3, or 4, or even 5. Okay, so all these editors will receive the paper, your paper, at the same time, and then they will give their comments on the paper. Okay, they will give their comments on the paper and then tell, no sound. Can you hear me? Somebody is saying no sound. Ma'am Sayoni.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, we can hear you, po.
Okay,
We can hear you.
okay, thank you. Okay, so in internal review, the panel, okay, is constituted of a set of reviewers. Okay, so not reviewers, a set of editors, and then they will look at the paper based on these criteria here. Okay, so we are talking about original content, okay, connected to previous research, and then or theory, okay, and then it meets teaching practices. Then after they check all these, and then it is then sent out
Hindi ko rin makabasa ang ngaran.
to reviewers. It is sent out to reviewers. Okay, you can switch off your microphone now, please. Switch off your microphone. Okay, so that is about internal review. And then the internal review, I will also check technical issues about the manuscript. Okay, and then, for example, the use of one particular type of English. For example, we have the British English, and then we have the American English. Or what people say, we have English and American. Okay, so people say British English, American English, but the best thing is we have English and American. Okay, so English is the language of England. It belongs to just one country. And so we don't have British English, American English. So we have English or American, okay? So if you are using American, then it has to be consistency. There should be consistency throughout. If you are using English, then it should also be consistency in terms of spelling, or like favor. Okay, American is F-A-V-O-R. British, English is F-A-V-O-U-R. So technical checks, all these things will be done by the internal panel. Okay, then manuscripts which do not meet this requirement are not sent out for further review. Okay, and then their authors will be notified. And usually internal review takes like 2 to 4 weeks. Okay, in 2 to 4 weeks, all this process will be completed. Okay, so after the internal review, authors are notified by email as to whether their papers have been sent out for external review. or not, uh, and if not, and then why not? Okay, so when you submit a paper, it will take like 2 to 4 weeks with the editor. After that, the editor sends it out and then to the reviewers. And with the reviewer, it will take like 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, so that is approximately like 2 months. Okay, so before your paper will be accepted, you can think about minimum of 2 months. I mean, in good journals. Okay, in fake journals, 1 week, 2 weeks, your paper is published. Yeah, but in good journals, it takes at least 2 months to get a paper published. Okay, so before external double-blind peer review, okay, the editor ensure that the papers, number one, fit within the scope of the journal. I mentioned this earlier. Number two, the papers are adequate in terms of their adherence to the code of ethics or code of conduct, okay, and the author guidelines. Okay, so they'll make sure you are following the guideline. Number three, okay, have solid conceptual framework reflected in their literature reviews. Okay, so most journals will require conceptual framework. Usually, not every journal require theoretical framework, but most will require conceptual framework. And then they will want you to uh, provide a proper conceptual framework for your work. And number five, the paper shows clarity of methodology. Okay, actually, that is one of the things that could be the reasons why most papers are rejected. Okay, because the method shows how the paper was conducted. So if the method is wrong, it means the whole process is wrong as well. Okay, papers are adequate in terms of their novelty and collaboration of findings. And then number seven, have followed referencing style. Okay, number eight, have followed the research paper format expected from them. So like I said, every journal has got a format in terms of the type of font, the spacing, the size of font, the margin of the paper size, and so on and so forth. So these are things that need to be well followed, okay, when you are submitting your paper, okay, for publication. These are things that you need to follow. Okay, if you don't follow these processes, then you are going to have your paper completely rejected. Okay, now let's look at external review. So it takes like 3 to 6 weeks. Okay, when the paper is out there, 3 to 8 weeks over here, 3 to 8 weeks. Okay, so after your paper passed the editor internal check, now the paper goes out to the external reviewers. Okay, so after the internal review, submissions which meet a basic requirement, okay, and the bottom line standard, okay, are sent out for a double-blind peer review. And this is done by 2 to 3 experts or 2 to 3 reviewers, okay? Either from the journal's editorial panel or from other reviewers, okay, like that. Okay, so that is what goes on. Then after the external review, okay, the authors are sent copies of the external reviewers' comment and are notified, okay, of the decision, accept as it is, okay, accept with pending changes, okay, or revise and resubmit or reject. Okay, so after review, the editor is going to email the author about the reviewer's comment, okay? And then when that is done, the author will need to do according to the comment from the reviewers. Either to revise the paper with minor revision, major revision, and so on and so forth. Okay, so if the paper is rejected, okay, maybe your paper is rejected, you don't give up. What do? You still read the reviewer comment, improve your paper, and resubmit again. You can resubmit to the same journal, or you can submit to another journal. It depends on you. But the good thing is that the reviewer comment is going to help you to improve your paper and make it better. Okay, so when you submit your paper the second time, the tendency of rejection is going to be low because you have already received some comment or some feedback, and then you have improved the paper already. Okay, so that is one thing you need to know. Okay, so what are the duties of the editor? What are their duties? Okay, so number one, fair play and editorial independence. Okay, so the duty of the editor is not to be biased. Okay, and then he has to do his editorial work with independence. And what that means is that after he receives the reviewer comment, now he has to make decision independently on whether the paper needs to be accepted or not. Okay, using the reviewer comments as input. Okay, so what that means is that editors evaluate submitted manuscript exclusively on the basis of their academic merit, which has to do with the importance of originality, studies validity, and then clarity. Okay, and it's relevant to the scope, okay, of the journal. And then without regarding to the author's race, the gender, sexual orientation, ethnic origin, citizenship, religious belief, political philosophy, or institution affiliated. Okay, so it is the duty of the editor, okay, to make decisions, okay, without being biased on any of these grounds. Okay, that's very important. So decisions, okay, so edits and publish are not determined by the policies of the government or any other agency outside the journal itself. Okay, which means that the editor-in-chief has the full authority, okay, over the entire editorial content of the journal, and then the timing of publication of the content. Okay, so what that means is that the editor should not be influenced by anything to publish a paper. Okay, either by the government trying to influence you to publish a particular paper or something. So as an editor, you have to be independent, okay? And you have to ensure fair play all the time. Okay, number two is confidentiality. So editors and then editorial staff will not disclose any information about the submitted manuscript to any other person, okay, than the corresponding author, the reviewers, potential reviewers, and other editorial advisors, the publisher, when it's needed. So anyone outside this team must not get to know about the paper. So what that means is that if I am a reviewer and the editor sent a paper to me, I am not supposed to show the paper to my colleagues in the office. No, it's not allowed. In the same way, if I'm an editor, okay, the papers received, I don't have to show the paper to other colleagues, in places. So everything should be confidential. Only people who qualify to know about the paper, okay, has to do with people who belong to the editorial team. Okay, so you don't show the paper to any other person. And the next thing here is conflict of interest. Okay, so when we say conflict of interest, I gave one example before, okay? And then I'm going to, let's look at some more here. So editors decline manuscript, okay, in which they have conflict of interest, resulting in competitive, collaborative, or other relationships, connections with any other, connection with any of the authors, companies, or institutions connected to the paper. Okay, instead, they will ask another member, okay, of the editorial board to handle the paper. Okay, let's assume that I am the editor and then I am affiliated with USEP. So if I receive a paper from USEP, because I'm affiliated with USEP, I may naturally have show some kind of bias, okay, the tendency of wanting the paper to be published. So in that case, I will send the paper to another editor, okay, in the journal, because there is a conflict of interest. I am a USEP, I'm in USEP, the paper is from USEP. So because of the conflict of interest, I need to give the paper to another editor to work on it because he does not belong to USEP. Okay, so you have to make sure to reduce any kind of bias or anything that will tend to make you biased or that will make you try to publish a paper because the paper is connected to you in a way. Okay, that breaks the ethical code. Now, number 4, publication decision. Okay, so over here, the editors ensure that all submitted manuscript being considered for publication undergo peer review, okay, by at least 2 reviewers who are experts in the field. Okay, so if you're an editor, you don't publish a paper unless it has been subjected to a peer review process. You have to take note of this. So the editor-in-chief is responsible for deciding which of the manuscript submitted to the journal will be published. Based on the validation of the work in question, it's important to the researchers and then the readers, the peer reviewers comment, and such legal requirement as are currently enforced regarding libel, copyright infringement, and plagiarism. Okay, so as editor-in-chief, you are going to ensure that the paper is subjected to all these things. Okay, and you make a decision based on all these criteria I mentioned here. Okay, so the editor-in-chief may confer with another editor, okay, or reviewers in making this decision. Okay, so if you are the editor-in-chief, like I said, you get input from other editors or reviewers. That the reviewer comment. Okay, then based on the input, you make the final decision. Now, number 5, involvement and cooperation in investigation. So if you're an editor, you need to be involved in investigation, especially if there are some kind of illegalities in a paper. Okay, you need to be involved in the process. So editors, in conjunction with the publisher and all the society, will take responsive measures, okay, when ethical concerns are raised, okay, with regard to a submitted manuscript. Okay, so like I said, when there are any kind of illegalities, a breach of ethical consideration, you as an editor need to be involved in the process or in the investigation. Okay, so every reported act of unethical publishing behavior will be looked into. Okay, and then if there are any problems, you are going to be involved, okay, in the resolution of the problem. Okay, so you don't sit on the fence when there are problems. You are going to be involved in that as well. Okay, now let's look at the duties of the reviewer. Okay, the duties of the reviewer. Okay, so contribution to editorial decisions. So you as a reviewer, you are going to contribute to editorial decisions. And what that means is peer review assists editors in making editorial decisions. And through editorial communication with authors, may assist may assist authors in improving their paper. Okay, so you as a reviewer, you have to contribute. Okay, you have to give your reviewer report. Number two, promptness. Okay, so what that means is that any invited referee or reviewer who feels unqualified to review the research report in a particular manuscript or knows that its prompt review will be impossible, should immediately notify the editor and decline the invitation, okay, to review, so that alternative reviewers can be contacted. So what that means is that, okay, let me give this example. Around December last year, maybe around December 15, I received a paper from one Web of Science journal. Okay, they were asking me to review. And my relationship with that particular journal has been really, really amazing. Because when they submit a paper to me, in just about 1 week or at most 2 weeks, I review the paper and then submit it back to them. Okay, so they have really, really taken so much interest in my work. And then around December, because it was getting to Christmas, okay, they submitted a paper. Actually, in November, they sent me a paper which I reviewed just in about days and sent it to them. And then in December, they sent another paper. But I noticed that I have a lot of work on my table. So the same day they sent a paper, I emailed them that I'm very busy now. I will not be able to review. Okay, so it means that they have an option to look for another reviewer, okay, to work on the paper. So when you become a reviewer, when a journal sends you a paper, don't wait till 1 week before you tell them that, look, I cannot review. No, the moment you receive the email, if you know you don't have time, okay, you just decline it immediately. If you have time, work on it as soon as possible. 1 week, at most 2 weeks, you are done with your review. Okay, if you do that continuously, the journal will like you so much. And then they will, with time, they are going to promote you into the position of an assistant editor. And then later, if there's a need for an editor, they are going to consider you. Okay, so that's one thing that you need to do. Okay. Now the next is confidentiality. Now, like I mentioned earlier, just like the editor needs to be confidential regarding the papers submitted to the journal, you as a reviewer, you are also supposed to be confidential. And what that means is, okay, any manuscript, okay, that is submitted to you as a reviewer need to be confidential, okay, because that is how the document is, okay. So in that case, you don't have to show the paper or discuss it with any other person, okay, outside the journal. Okay, so if ever you will talk about the paper to somebody, you need permission from the chief editor. Okay, let's assume that in your office, there are people who are very competent who can help with a peer review of the paper you received, and you want to ask for help. Okay, before you can do that, you need to email the editor in chief. Okay, if he gives you the go ahead, then you can do that. But if he doesn't give you the go ahead, don't try to do it because it's unethical. So this implies also to this applies also to invited reviewers who decline the review invitation. Okay, so let's assume that, like I mentioned earlier, you cannot review the paper because you are very busy. That's okay. Now make sure the paper which was submitted to you, you don't show it to your colleagues in the office because it's not allowed. Okay. Now number 4, now let's look at standards of objectivity. Standards of objectivity. Okay. So review should be conducted objectively, and observation formulated clearly with supporting argument. Okay, so that authors can use them for improving the manuscript. And what that means is that you as a reviewer, okay, if you have reasons to reject or reason for revision of the paper, don't just say the paper needs revision. Okay, you should always give reasons why the paper needs revision and suggest how the paper can be revised. Okay, because the goal of the journal is to make the paper better, if not best. Okay, so understand that. Okay, your observations and all your arguments need to be written so that the author can improve the paper based on the observations and the arguments that you have given. Okay, so personal criticism of the author is inappropriate. Okay, so don't criticize the author. Sometimes there are reviewers like that. Okay, like uh, giving comments like uh, the methodology was horribly written. No, don't give comments like that. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. Okay, so give constructive criticisms, not destructive criticisms. All the time you are reviewing paper. Okay, you can just tell what is missing and then give suggestions on how it can be improved. And number 5, acknowledgement of sources. Acknowledgement of sources. Okay, so reviewers should identify relevant published work that has not been cited uh, by the author. So you should identify uh, works that have been published, okay, in relation to that particular topic. Particular researches that are of significant, that play significant role surrounding that particular topic. Let's assume that in the era of of the COVID pandemic, there are very renowned studies that have been done. Okay, so if somebody submits a paper to the journal, okay, about COVID, you as the reviewer, you can suggest to the author, tell him, look, there are these researches or these other researches that have been conducted in relation to COVID. Try to include some of those findings in your work. Okay, so you need to make all those kind of suggestions. And then any statement that is an observation, a derivation or argument that has been reported in previous publication should be accompanied by relevant citation. Okay, so you are also going to make sure that the author provide proper citation, okay, for the work that has been done. Okay, so you are checking that ideally for every paragraph, there should be a reference, okay? Ideally for every paragraph, there should be a reference. And usually in the introduction, it is better that every paragraph, there should be at least 2 references for your introduction. Okay, at least 2 references. When it comes to the discussion, it is ideal that for every paragraph, you should have around 3 references. Okay, that has to do with making your study more authentic. Okay, it also means that you really synthesize your literature. It also means that you really understand the concepts that you are talking about. Okay, so you have to check all those things when you receive the paper and then you are reviewing. Okay, so a reviewer should also identify, should also notify the editor of any substantial similarity or overlap between the manuscript and the consideration and any other manuscript, whether published or unpublished, of which they have personal knowledge. Okay, so part of your peer review of your review, you are going to make sure that the similarity index, which has to do with plagiarism, is reduced, okay, according to the level accepted by the journal. Okay, so I'm sure that every journal has got its own similarity checking software or plagiarism software. So if you don't have, you can tell your journal, okay, to connect you with a software they are using to check plagiarism, so that you can use it to check your plagiarism as well. Or if you want to buy one yourself, you can do that as well. Okay. And then number 6, disclosure and conflict of interest. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, this same principle applies to you as a reviewer, not to just the editor. Okay, so you have to make sure that any invited referee, you have to make sure that if you are the invited referee, if you have any conflict of interest, you tell the editor that I'm sorry, there's a conflict of interest, okay, in this particular paper. So you give it to another reviewer to work on it, okay? If you know that you will not be able to remain unbiased, then you have to really tell the editor, so to give the paper to another reviewer. Okay, so these are some of the conflict of interest here. Okay, if you have a relationship or connection with the author, okay, you are connected to companies or institutions, okay, where the manuscript is coming from. Okay, you really need to tell the reviewer, okay, tell the editor to give it to another reviewer. Okay, now let's look at the duties of the author. Okay, so if you are author, okay, you need to report standards. Okay, what does it mean? What it means is that authors of original research should present an accurate account of the work performed. Okay, and then the result followed by an objective discussion and the significance of the work. So the manuscript should contain sufficient detail and references, okay, to permit others to replicate your work. And then review articles should be accurate. Maybe your paper is a review article. It should be accurate, okay, objective and comprehensive, okay, while editorial opinions or perspective pieces should be clearly identified as such. Okay, so you as the author, okay, you need to make sure that uh, your paper is objective and comprehensive. And then if ever the reviewers will give you comments, you need to make sure that you work on the comments that are given. Okay, then make sure that fraudulent or knowingly inaccurate statements constitute unethical behavior and they are not acceptable. So don't be fraudulent, don't include unethical behaviors. Okay, avoid plagiarism as much as possible. Okay, number two, data access and retention. What that means is you as an auditor, you can be asked to provide the raw data, okay, of your study together with the manuscript for editorial review. And it should be prepared to make the data publicly available if practicable. So what that means is that there are some journals, they are going to ask you for the raw data. So in the process of submitting your paper for publication, make sure that you have your raw data ready as well. So that in case the journal asks for the raw data, you have it at hand, you can easily submit it. Okay, there are some authors, after they submit a paper, they will just delete all the raw data from their system. Don't do that. And then in any event, authors should ensure accessibility of such data. Okay, so you can upload it in Google Drive. So if ever the journal will ask for it, you just give them the link to their drive and they can check it out. Okay, so usually after the paper is published, you should keep your raw data for a period of no less than 10 years. Okay, if ever you delete them, you can delete them after 10 years. Okay, that's something you should take note of. Okay, number three, originality and plagiarism. Okay, so your paper should be original. And what that means is that you as an author, you should ensure that you have written and submitted an original work, okay? Not just copying somebody's work and calling it your own work. So if you have used somebody's work, you need to cite it appropriately, okay? You need to cite it appropriately. And then publication that have been influential in determining the nature of the work reported, the manuscript should be cited. Okay, so sometimes some particular work are very dominant in our own papers. Okay, so you need to properly cite them as well. Okay, so the next thing here is originality and plagiarism continue. Okay, so plagiarism takes many forms. Okay, from passing off another person's paper as your own, or avoiding or to copying or paraphrasing a substantial part of another author's paper without attribution, to claiming results from research conducted by others. So all these are types of plagiarism. Okay, so plagiarism in all its forms constitute unethical publishing behavior and it's unacceptable. So you should avoid plagiarism as much as possible. Now, number four, multiple, duplicate, redundant, or concurrent submission and publication. Okay, so these are some things you need to avoid. And what that means is that papers describing essentially the same research should not be published. okay, in more than one journal or primary publication. Okay, so when your paper is published in one journal, you cannot publish it in another journal. It's not accepted. So authors should not submit for consideration a manuscript that has been already published in a journal. Okay, so if your paper is submitted in this journal for consideration, don't submit it in another journal. Okay, maybe it's not yet published yet, but the journal said, I will consider your paper for publication. So which means that you can submit your paper to another journal. Okay, and then submission of a manuscript concurrently to more than one journal is unethical publishing behavior, and it's not accepted. So you cannot submit your paper to 2 or 3 or more journals at the same time. You can submit your paper to one journal at a time only. Okay, take note of this. Okay, then the publication of some kind of articles, such as clinical guideline translation, in more than one journal is sometimes just justifiable, provided that certain conditions are met. Okay, usually in the field of medicine or in a medical field, there are some content that can be published in more than one journal, but yet you have to meet the conditions provided by those journals before you can do that. So the authors and the editors of the journal concerned must agree, okay, to the secondary publication, okay, which must reflect the same data and interpretation of the primary document. So if the editors come to agreement, then you can do that. But if the editors do not agree that this published content can be published in that place, then you cannot go ahead and get it published. Okay, so the primary reference must be cited, okay, in the secondary publication. Okay, so you need to know that the content published in this primary journal should be the same content published in the secondary journal. If ever the editors agree, okay, that the paper can be published in a second journal. Okay, number 5 is authorship of the journal. Authorship of the journal. So only persons who meet these authorship criteria, okay, should be listed as authors, okay, in a manuscript, as they must be able to take public responsibility of the content. Okay, number 1, okay, someone qualifies as an author or a co-author if the person has made significant contribution, okay, to the conception, design, execution, data acquisition, or analysis and interpretation of the data. Okay, number 2, if the person drafted a manuscript or revised it critically for important intellectual content, then the person qualifies to be a co-author as well. Number 3, if the person have seen and approved the final version of the paper and agree to its submission for publication, then the person also qualifies to be a co-author of the paper. So take note of this. All persons who make substantial contribution, okay, to the paper, okay, maybe they help in the technical writing, or they did editing or general support, but they did not, but they do not meet the criteria for authorship. okay, must be listed, okay. They cannot be listed as an author, but you can just acknowledge them in the paper. Okay, so you include their names in the acknowledgement, not including them as a co-author. So you can include somebody as a co-author only if the person was involved in the whole process of the conduct of the research. Okay, the conduct of the research, not just editing only. Okay, and then note this too. The corresponding author should ensure that all appropriate co-authors, according to the above definition, uh, and no inappropriate co-author are included in the author list. And then verify that all co-authors have seen and approved the final version of the manuscript and agree to its submission for publication. Okay, so before you publish the paper, if there were co-authors, make sure that you show the final version of the paper to them for their approval before submission to the journal for publication. Okay, number 6, disclosure and conflict of interest. Disclosure and conflict of interest. And what that means is that authors should, at the earliest stage possible, generally by submitting a disclosure form or a disclosure form at the time of submission, and including a statement in the manuscript. So disclose any conflict of interest, okay, that might be construed to influence the result, okay, of your paper and its interpretation. And what that means is this: maybe your company asks you to conduct that particular study, or your company asks you to conduct the research. Okay, in that case, there is the tendency to be biased. Okay, especially when it comes to invention of products, or it comes to market research, or a research that is related to the credibility of your company. Sometimes, because you want your company to look credible, you might be biased to alter the findings just to make your company look credible. Okay, so if you belong to the company and then your company paid for the research, you have to disclose that conflict of interest, okay, to the journal. You have to disclose it. Okay, so if there's no conflict of interest, you need to acknowledge that in the paper that there is no conflict of interest. Okay, and then number 7 has to do with acknowledgement of sources. Okay, I have talked about this earlier. Okay, so authors should ensure that they have properly acknowledged the work of others. Okay, and then should also cite publications that have been influential in their study. So information obtained privately, either from conversation, correspondence, or discussion with a third party, okay, must not be used or reported without explicit written permission from the source. Okay, so take note of this, that every information you use in a paper, you need to acknowledge the source of the paper. Okay, and then number 8 has to do with hazard and human or animal subject. This is something which is very, very important. If you violate this, you can be jailed. So you have to take very note of this. So if the work involves chemical procedures or equipment that have any unusual hazard inherent in their use, okay, the author must clearly identify these in a manuscript. And what that means is, if the work involved the use of animals or human participants, the author should ensure that all procedures were performed in compliance with relevant law and institutional guidelines, and that the appropriate institutional committees have approved them. And then the manuscript should contain statement to this effect. Okay, so we have to indicate that all ethical considerations were ensured, okay, in a manuscript, especially if it involved human or animal participant. Okay, so authors should also include a statement in the manuscript that informed consent was obtained, okay, for experimentation with human participants. So you have to indicate that human informed consent was obtained, especially if it's an experiment with a chemical involved, and then you use human respondents or participants. Okay, then privacy rights of human participants must also be observed as well. Okay, and then peer review. So authors are obliged to participate in the peer review process and cooperate fully by responding promptly to editors' requests for raw data clarification, and proof of ethics approval, patient consent, and copyright permission. So you as an author, you have to comply with all the processes. So any requirement from your editor, you have to respond to them. Sometimes you can get angry with the editor or the reviewer for the comments given, but don't be angry. You just need to follow the process. Okay, so in the case of a first decision or revision, or decision of revisions necessary, the author should respond to the reviewer's comments systematically and then point out in a timely manner, revising and resubmitting their manuscript, okay, to the journal by the deadline given, okay? And then fundamental errors in peer review. These are some of the errors you need to take note of. So when authors discover significant errors or inaccuracies in their own work, okay, it is their obligation to promptly notify the journal's editors, okay, or publishers, to cooperate with them to either correct the paper, okay, in a form of an erratum, or to retract the paper. So this has to do with living by your integrity, okay, living by your integrity. And what that means is that even if the paper is published, if later on you tend to find errors in the paper, okay, it is your duty to report the problems to the editor. Okay, you have to report the problem to the editor. Okay, if ever you notice that there is a problem, okay, there is a problem or there is an error which you did not notice initially. Okay, there is an error that you did not notice initially. It is your duty to report that to the editor. Okay, so if you report to the editor, I have mentioned two things here. There is an erratum or there is a retract. Okay, so the editor can either ask that the paper be removed from the journal if the error is very great, or if just a small error, the editor will just ask you to fix that error and then just submit a paper to be uploaded to the journal again. Okay, so if the editor or the publisher learns from a third party that the published work contains a significant error or inaccuracy, then it is the author's obligation to to promptly correct or retract the paper. Okay, promptly correct or retract the paper. Okay, so that is what I have mentioned earlier. So it is your duty to tell the editor. If later on, after the paper is published, you notice that there is an error or there is a mistake in the paper, okay, it will be your duty to ensure that. Okay, now let's look at the duties of the publisher. What is the duty of the publisher? Okay, can we take just 5 minutes break before we continue, please? Let's take 5 minutes break, please.
Thank you, Dr. Mark.
Okay, let's
Okay, sir.
take 5 minutes break.
Sige, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doc. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are looking at the duty of the publisher. We've talked about the duty of the author. Okay, so basically the publisher handles unethical publishing behavior. Okay, so that is the primary duty of the publisher. So in here, in cases of alleged or proven scientific misconduct, fraudulent publication or plagiarism, okay, the publisher in close collaboration with the editors will take all the appropriate measures to clarify the situation and then amend the article in question. So this is one of the primary roles of the editor. Okay, so in handling unethical publishing behavior, what do they do? Okay, so usually it includes the prompt publication of an erratum, clarification, or in a most severe case, the retraction of the affected work. So like I mentioned earlier, retraction means that the paper is removed completely from the journal. Okay, when we say erratum, we are talking about the paper has a problem, it has been fixed, and then it is still put on the journal again. Okay, by retraction, it's removed completely from the journal. Okay, so the publisher together with the editor shall take reasonable steps to identify and prevent the publication of papers where research misconduct has occurred. Okay, and under no circumstance encourage such misconduct or knowingly allow such misconduct to happen again. Okay, so it is the duty of the journal to resolve every conflict, every unethical behavior, any problem so far as the publication of paper is concerned. Okay, so this brings us the end of our first presentation. Okay, so now let's take questions. Let's take questions. So if you have questions, you can submit. You can switch on your video, and then let's take questions. Okay, any questions so far? let's take questions. Okay, there are some comments here. Let me respond to them. Okay, Serapion is saying it's open review equated to the peer review during research presentation. Yes, during research presentation, we have reviewers who are sitting there with you. So you see them, they see you, you know them, they know you. So in presentation or conference presentation, the open review style is used. Okay, somebody is asking, until what time today are we going to finish? We'll finish around 4 to 4:30, then we'll be done for today. Okay, don't worry if you have blackout in your area. We are recording the video, so you have access to the video. Okay, so don't worry, you have access to the video.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, and then from Sir Luke, if you can only submit paper to one journal at a time, and it takes at least 2 months to receive feedback, won't your paper get stale? If in case you received a negative feedback from an author. Okay, so Luke, that is the actual reality. That's the actual reality. Because for most journal, the peer review will take like 2 to 3 months. So personally, if I want to submit paper, usually I write 2 or 3 papers at a time, like that. So I finish the paper, I write another paper. So if I'm doing submission, I submit about 2 or 3 papers at a time. So let's assume that if the review process takes like 3 months, or let's say 6 months to get a paper published. So if it takes 6 months, it means that in 6 months, I'll get 2 or 3 papers published. So in that case, I have achieved 2 or 3 goals at the same time. But it depends on you. If you don't have 2 papers at hand, then you still need to stick to the review process. Because if you submit your paper to 3 or 4 journals at a time, you are breaking the ethical standards, and that is not allowed. That is not allowed. So that is the process that we have to go through all the time. Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any other question? You can talk if you have question, please. Okay, so look again, there's another one here. Okay, that is answered already. Okay. Yeah, any clarification so far about the whole discussion? Is everything clear to everybody?
Yes, Paul. The only thing that I would like to ask is about the plagiarism and the tools. But you mentioned about the plagiarism and the tools previously in another lesson, in another seminar with you. But normally, what kind of plagiarism tools we can use? Can you please remind to us?
Can you repeat again, please?
Yes, the main issue is, and I think that for the plagiarism,
Yeah.
you already mentioned to us a lot of programs, but can you repeat here? Because I don't think that, I don't know if everybody that we used to be to the previous lecture of yours are
Yeah.
in the same knowledge as so how many we have the already the Trinity, something like this, Trinity,
Oh,
and we have the Grammarly as a plagiarism.
okay.
Can you please remind to us a little bit?
Yeah, okay. Now, plagiarism is a big thing because of the sophisticated website and then softwares that journals are using. Okay, so if you are using your sources, the sources you are using is from the internet, then there's a tendency that they will easily detect, okay, where your information is coming from. So as much as you can, you have to reduce your plagiarism to around 15% only. Okay, you have to reduce the plagiarism to about 15% only. Okay, so you can use plagiarism softwares to first check, okay, first check the percent plagiarism you have. And usually the plagiarism report will highlight all the areas in your paper which has got, which is plagiarized. Okay, so when you know that this area, that area is plagiarized, then you can use paraphrasing or using quoting or proper citation to fix all the plagiarism issues. Okay, but let me say that there are a lot of plagiarism softwares out there, but the most
Yes.
commonly used, which are considered more authentic, is Turnitin or Grammarly. Okay, the next one you can use is called Plug Scan. Okay, Plug Scan, P-L-A-G, and then Scan. Okay, these are some of the most common used. Okay, there are free versions which you can use as well, because Grammarly plagiarism check is not free. You have to pay. I think it will cost you around $50 plus, like that. If you are using it monthly, it will cost you around $10, which is like 500 to 600 pesos per month, like that. Okay, and then Turnitin is also not free. You have to pay for it. However, if you check on Plug Scan, there's a free version, and then you can also check on plagiarism.net. Okay, there's also a free version which you can use. Okay, but usually you cannot check all the whole document at a go, because you are using a free version. So you can check only 1,000 words at a time. So you copy 1,000 words and then you check the report. After that, you download and then you copy another 1,000 words, and so on and so forth. Yeah, but usually we have a free report for all the participants who join our training. Let's assume that your paper is ready. You want to check the percent plagiarism in your paper. You can just email to us, and then we will check it for you, and then we'll print the plagiarism report and then email it to you. So when that is done, you know which areas in your paper has plagiarism. So you can do the paraphrasing and everything by yourself, or you can do the quoting and the proper citation and so on and so forth by yourself. Okay, so basically these are the things you can do, okay, to fix the plagiarisms in your paper. But I will advise that before you submit your paper to a journal, make sure that you check the percent plagiarism acceptable. Okay, there are some journal they accept up to 20%. Yeah, but you have to cross-check with the journal very well to be double sure before you submit your paper to the journal. Okay, I'm not sure if I answered your question. Did I answer your question correctly, or you have follow-up question?
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. Hello, sir.
Go,
Uh,
go
I have a
ahead, please.
Uh,
question, sir.
Okay, Sir Glenn, go ahead.
Just what you have talked a while ago about being a peer reviewer.
Yes.
So you said once a while ago that uh, I guess if I'm not wrong, you must have published two publication for that
Yeah.
purpose.
Yes. Yes.
Uh, so if it so happened that as for me, I guess I still have published only one, and I have coming this time. And is it the your publication from Recruitable or Scopus or ISI journal
Okay.
for you to be invited as a peer reviewer for that
Okay.
matter?
Not necessary from Scopus or from Web of Science, but it should be accredited journal. Okay. And then number two, it also depends on the journal you want to be a peer reviewer. Okay, it depends on the journal. If the journal is a Scopus or ISI journal, usually they will want somebody who has published in Scopus or ISI. Okay, but if the journal is not a Scopus or ISI journal, usually they don't require that. They will just want somebody who has a publication experience like that. And then usually you have published about two papers together with your certification training, it will make it very perfect to be accepted as a peer reviewer. So if you have just one publication, I will really encourage you to publish one more paper, and then you can begin with your peer review journey after the training. Okay, those of you who are teachers in the college, I will strongly advise that you should be involved in student advisory. Okay, I mean thesis advisory for students, because ideally, if you
Yes.
are a thesis advisor, you qualify to be a co-author. You qualify to be a co-author. So it means that if every semester you are advising two or three students, it means that automatically you are co-author for two or three papers per semester. So your duty is to help the student to prepare the paper, or even you could improve the paper yourself and then get it ready for publication. So if you are a teacher and an instructor in the university, actually you have a better advantage in getting more papers published. Okay, so that is one thing I will really encourage you to do, because writing a paper all from scratch is not an easy work. Okay, it's not easy
Yes.
to always write paper. It's not easy. Yeah, but advising, becoming a co-author is easier than doing everything all by yourself. Okay. Any other question, please?
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Uh,
ma'am.
uh, I follow up from the inquiry of Mr. Sir Glenn
Okay.
about being an advisor, because
Yes.
I'm an advisor from the College of Education. I've been an advisor of the Master of Arts in Education and Doctor
Okay.
of Philosophy. Um, I just want to clarify if we can uh, the work, the manuscript of the student can be published and the advisor as a co-author. Would that be possible, sir?
Yeah, that is possible. That is the right thing to do. Okay, so you as the advisor, it's your duty to encourage the student to get a paper published. Okay, so you are going to be actively involved after the research is done or the thesis is conducted. Follow up on the student. Uh, Let him prepare the IMRAD format, or let him prepare the capsulized format of the paper. Now you check it yourself, you improve it, and then together you submit the paper for publication. I can say with all confidence that almost every university accept this principle that the advisor is a co-author of the study of the research. Okay, if you remember the criteria I gave before, okay, the criteria for becoming one of the criteria for becoming a co-author is to be part of the origination of the study, and that is what advisors do. So you qualify without any breaking of the ethical process. Okay, so I will really encourage you. You do that because when you do it, you will be able to get more papers published. Don't just leave your student paper to lie in the library doing nothing. Okay, I encourage them. Let's publish it together. If there's any payment involved, if you can afford, you can even help the student. You contribute, you do the payment. If the student is capable, the student will do the payment. And that is it. At the end of the day, in every semester, you will get some papers published without you having to do all the work by yourself. And if you are a co-author, it is just the same as being the author of the paper. Okay, not like a secondary author. You are a co-author. So you have equal rights to the paper as well. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're
In
welcome.
follow-up,
Okay.
will not be disadvantageous to the student. I'm not sure if CHED will allow a co-author.
Yes.
Yeah, CHED allows usually, from my knowledge about publishing for promotion and all those things. Okay, CHED will allow you to be a co-author. However, you can use that as an institutional research. Okay, for institutional research, you have to do it by yourself. Okay, but becoming an author, you can co-author. That is allowed. Okay, and that will also give you more merit, especially in the international community. Okay, especially in the international community. The more paper you have authored is very important. However, for the purpose of chair accreditation and all those things, usually they require institutional research, okay, which you have to do it. For some university, they require 1 or 2 research in every 2 years like that. It depends on the institution. However, while you are doing 1 or 2 research in 2 years, at the same time, you are co-publishing papers with your students, and then that puts you higher. Okay, that puts you higher. And then that gives you more citation at the same time. Okay, so it makes you more qualified for promotion than somebody who is just writing 1 research in every 2 years. Okay, so for shared requirements, both institutional research is accepted, and then if you co-author a paper, that is also going to give you more credit as well. So I will I recommend that you do both. Okay, so your institutional research is intact, and then co-authoring papers is also being done at the same time.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Uh,
Any
can I-
other
can I-
clarifications?
Can I ask another question, sir?
Yes, please.
Last time I was attempting to publish my manuscript.
Yes.
So I applied with all those ORCID something,
Yeah.
and then the last part, I don't know if it's that the last part. They were asking me to identify peer reviewers,
Yes.
which I don't know how.
Oh, okay, okay.
Uh, they were requiring me to
Suggest,
mention or
suggest peer
require
reviewer.
two to three peer reviewers.
Yeah.
Since I do not know where to find those peer reviewers, I stopped there.
Oh, okay. Usually now, reviewers are very hard to find. Uh, and every journal, especially for Scopus and ISI journal, that you want to submit a paper to, they will require you to recommend a reviewer for the paper. So what you can do is in your university or any university you are connected to, okay, you can recommend any of the senior professors as a reviewer. Okay, so recommend them and then tell them, sir, I put your name as a reviewer for my paper. Usually, the journal is not going to give your paper to that person you recommended to review your paper, but they could give another person's paper to the person you recommended. Okay, so you can always suggest somebody from your university, those who are more experienced in research and in publication, either from your university, from another university. Yeah, that's okay. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
you're
Thank you,
welcome.
sir.
Hello,
But
sir.
that's
Yes, yes, sir. Any other questions?
Hello, sir. Good
Yes,
morning.
sir.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate you for having such a very informative
Okay, thank you.
lecture today. I'm Gafor Panibang from Adjong Mimore Polytechnic State College. Sir,
Okay.
my question is,
Mhm.
earlier you shared the Turnitin. It's a way of checking whether this paper has committed plagiarism. And then on the other hand, we have this corresponding software available on the internet, like the Killbot for paraphrasing purposes. So my question is,
Hmm.
this is actually a hypothetical question.
Come again.
So suppose if I downloaded from internet a full text research paper. Hello, sir.
Yes, yes.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you
Uh,
go on, go on.
I have a hypothetical. Yes, it's just a hypothetical question. Going back to from the internet a full text document. It's a research paper actually from somebody else.
Hmm.
I downloaded it and then I keep on refreshing everything. Would that be possible for publication?
Yeah, if you download somebody's paper and then you
I I
paraphrase
I I,
everything.
I download a full be possible, sir, for publication since everything has been changed and what do you call that? Everything has changed. I
Hmm.
mean, the arrangement of the statement starting from introduction up to, from chapter 1 up to chapter 4, everything has been changed because it was rephrased. So can that be possible for publication? For submitting that to a reputed publication journal, and then maybe if that will be passed through a plagiarism checker software, I don't think it could detect it since everything has been changed.
Yeah,
That's my
they will
question.
detect as plagiarized because uh, it's not original work. Okay, it is not original work. So to avoid
Yes, sir.
plagiarism, you need to bring so many sources together. Okay, and then you not only paraphrasing, but integrating and synthesizing so many work together. Okay, one thing with plagiarism is that if you only paraphrase and then you don't change the structure and then integrate some other studies into it, the software will still check that it's plagiarized. So in that case, you cannot publish. Okay, so the work should either be a review work or an original paper that you conducted by yourself. Another thing is you can use somebody's study as the basis for your own study. However, make sure you don't use too much of that person's content in your own work. Because if you use too much of the person's content, then they are going to detect the plagiarism as well. All right, so this is something you should take note. Okay, so if you get somebody's work and you paraphrase everything, it is still plagiarism. The software is going to check, and the software will note that your work is plagiarized. Okay, did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. But can I have another question, if you if you don't mind?
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. So after listening to all your substantial lectures and after gaining the knowledge that you've shared, is there any opportunities that are awaiting us? Like, I mean, like we could be possibly invited by other publication journals to be a reviewer, something like that. Or because this is something new to me. I never experienced when universities here in the Philippines before a student can actually have their thesis have its hard bounded, soft bounded, and it needs to be reviewed by somebody else, somebody who is expert enough. So be actually institutionalized by the universities and colleges here in the Philippines for them to be able to have their research paper meet those standards and quality in terms of coming up with a research paper.
Yeah, sir. After the peer review training, okay, you'll be certified with a peer review. You'll be certified as a peer reviewer, okay, by Web of Science and then also by our organization. And because of that, with a certificate, it's easier for a journal to accept you as a reviewer. And then for our certified peer reviewers, we provide them with journals that they can join as a peer reviewer, depending on your field. So we will provide you with a list of journals that you can join as a peer reviewer so that the knowledge you have acquired through the training, you can make use of it. Okay, that's the first thing. And then number two, in your own university, if your university has a journal, you can join the, the, the research committee as a reviewer as well. So you can present them your certificate, and then you can begin right from there to practice how to review papers. So these are the opportunities that you have. And apart from that, because you have become a peer reviewer with us, in the future, any training you want to join, you have some discount. You have some discount. Actually, there are some people in this particular training that have huge discounts. Some of them join for free. Okay, so these are benefits you have for future trainings as well. And then we also give membership in our organization, because we have certified you as a peer reviewer, automatically we give you membership, 1 year membership, which you will not pay anything. And then in the future, we have other trainings that will provide to certified peer reviewers, which you can also access it. So it is a buffet of opportunity that is ahead of you that you can accept. And then in the near future, we will be having conferences, maybe in about 3 or 4 months' time. We'll be having conferences which you can join as one of the committee members just to get exposed to the international community. Okay, so these are the opportunities that are ahead. Okay, so that is it. It's a great opportunity which you'll be used to. Okay, did I answer your question, sir? Did I answer your question? Okay, any other question or clarification?
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I'm Mariana Esporas, and I'm currently studying at the PSBA Manila master's program.
Okay.
Just to follow up, well, I have series of questions, sir. So follow-up questions for the co-authorship. Is it for the advisor only, or could it be for the panel members of the thesis or dissertation po?
The panel members don't qualify as co-authors, only the author. Okay. And if ever you work in a team, okay, then for example, there are some theses, especially for undergraduate study, there are 2 people working on the same project and so on and so forth. So for the advisors, for the panel, you just put them in the acknowledgement section for their contribution. Yeah, but your advisor is part of the whole project from the beginning to the end. That is why he qualifies as a co-author.
Okay. Another question is it possible for a student to decline the idea of having the thesis advisor as the co-author of the manuscript?
Yeah, they can decline. However, I have not seen any situation like that. They can.
Yeah, it's just an hypothetical question, sir.
Yes, yeah, they can decline. If they said no, no problem with that. Okay. However, as part of the, I don't know in your institution, yeah, but as part of the research subject, the student need to be taught about this, what the co-author is and all those things, so that they will get to know, get to understand. And then usually it also depends on your relationship with your student. Sometimes some advisors, they are like monsters. Okay. So if you are like a monster to your advisee, don't expect him to accept you as a co-author. Like me, when I was taking my master's degree way back in 2011, my advisor, he was like a father to me. I mean, he helped me through the whole process. When I messed up, he would not be angry, yell at me, and all those kind of things. Okay, so this is some of the things. So if you are not building a good relationship with your students, then he might not be willing to have you as a co-author. Yeah, but if you are honestly contributing, showing your concern, and providing so much input into the work, then the student cannot deny that you will be a co-advisor, a co-author.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's better to have your advisor as the co-author of your work, because he or she, in any case, give you the they call this the idea, or the education that they have
Yes.
particularly for the manuscript that you're doing. Okay,
Mm.
another question is, for reference, sir, is it necessary to mention when we retrieve the file that we get from the online or the website?
Yeah, every reference you use, whether it's from online, from newspaper, everything you have to refer. You have to provide a reference. Okay, so you should also check the reference style because the style for online from internet sources is different from the reference style for books and so on and so forth. So always cross-check with the journal that you want to submit your paper to and make sure that you are following the reference style. But the bottom line is every source you use need to be referenced. Even conversations you have to reference them as well. That's very important.
So, sir, if it's like, say it's an APA, you've
Yes.
already mentioned the author, the title of the article, the dates and all, and all. At the end of it, do we have to write retrieved on such date?
Come again. At the end, you have to.
Do we have to write retrieved on particular date?
Okay.
Let's say,
Okay.
yeah.
It depends on the paper. There are some papers they have DOI. If the paper you are referencing has DOI, then no need to add retrieve from. But if it has no DOI, you need to add retrieve from. Okay. The DOI is the digital object identifier, which is assigned to every paper electronic document which is published online, especially for journal articles. Okay, so if it has no DOI, then you have to write retrieve from. But for paper that have DOI, no need to add retrieve from.
Sir, if I may add,
Okay,
APA has dropped that and has changed its referencing rule. There's no need to mention the date when it was retrieved. So right now it's just retrieved from then the website.
Yes.
No need to mention on what date. So
Yes.
she's asking about the proper way of referencing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just adding my
Okay,
experience.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, if
That's
I
it.
may,
Thank you, sir.
may I?
Yes, sir.
I
Is it okay you can
you
show your
mentioned
video so we can see you? If you want to
yeah.
talk, you show your video, please.
Okay,
Okay.
sorry about that.
It's okay.
You mentioned about advisor being a co-author.
Yes.
Uh, is it a practice? Is or it's just a practice, or it's a policies? Schools have that kind of policy also at the undergraduate uh, or at the graduate, even at the graduate level. I've heard of this that advisors are considered co-authors, but I don't know if it's just an accepted practice and if it's already formalized by universities through a policy. Would you personally know, sir? Because we don't
Okay.
have that in our university.
Okay. Yeah, as a general rule in the international research community, there's nothing wrong with that. But usually, universities have owned their local rules. Okay, so you also need to make sure that your university allows that before you pursue it. If your university does not allow it, then you cannot do it. But I'm sure that for most graduate schools, they allow that even for the undergrad. For example, in my case, when I published my master's thesis, my advisor was my co-author. Actually, he did not ask me to do that. I just did it because I knew the writing. Yeah, and I knew how much he helped in the whole process of the thesis. So automatically I added him. But please consult with your university. Make sure that your university allows it. before you proceed to do that. Okay,
So in
Selu,
short,
did I
um,
answer you?
uh, let me get this clear. So
Okay.
are are universities formalizing it through policy, or it's just a matter of practice? I guess that's my.
Yeah, usually it's not a whole university policy. Usually it's a policy by the research department or the research faculty. Okay, but it's not a whole university policy. And sometimes it depends on the department too. It's a department rule like that, not a whole university rule.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
consult with your dean, head of department, like that, and then you will know the right thing that needs to be done.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, Ma'am Zione, do you have question, please? How about Ma'am Catherine? You have question?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry I will not be here because I did not bring my headset, so I cannot be heard by you.
Oh,
But
we
then
can
I
hear
have to
you.
write the question of mine in the chat box.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sorry for that, sir.
It's okay.
But thank you for the discussion. It's very comprehensive and the idea is very significant and it really contributed a lot of my knowledge about research publication as an advisor of MA and PhD thesis and thesis and dissertation. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your expertise.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, and you're welcome.
Yes,
Ma'am
thank you, sir.
Catherine, you have question?
Actually, Doc, it's not a question, just to augment what you have said a while back about the authorship.
Okay.
Because it's not only in any university, but it becomes now a norm in the universities to include the advisors as co-authors of the thesis and dissertation writers. Okay, it also goes beyond the university, which is now the whole research community. That it's not becoming, and that's why it's taken up under ethics webinars or seminars about the authorship to include the advisors as one of the authors in the manuscripts that we
Okay.
published. Yeah, it becomes now a norm.
Okay,
It's
okay.
international.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Okay, any more clarification or question or addition? Maybe you want have something you want to share.
Sir Yoman, Doc Yoman, may I ask questions?
Okay, okay,
Hello.
please.
I'm Christina Juarez from Central Philippine State University, Cabancalan City, Negros Occidental.
Okay.
I have there 3 questions in the chat box, sir.
Okay. You want me to read or you want to ask?
I'll just ask.
Okay, you go ahead.
You mentioned earlier that once we publish in one journal, we are not allowed to publish in another journal. Is it the same way in peer reviewing? If we peer review in one journal, we cannot peer review in other journals?
No, if you are a peer reviewer, you can review for so many journals. For example, me, I review for 6 journals. Okay,
thank you.
So it's just the paper that you submit to one journal, you cannot submit to another journal. But you as a peer reviewer, you can review for many journals.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
thank you for answering the question.
Okay.
Another question, sir. What are I may be receiving the same answer maybe after our session today, but let me ask this question.
Okay.
What are the common criteria publication journals require to qualify peer reviewers? If that's going to be answered later, we'll just listen.
Okay, okay. So to be a peer reviewer, at least you should have a master's degree, okay, and then a research background, and then you should have some research publication experience. Okay, basically these are the three things they will look for: your academic qualification, your experience in doing research, and then research publication experience.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're
Last
welcome.
question, sir. Do you have a sample peer review evaluation instrument for us to use as practice material so that we can try it on our own level? Also, we want to see if we can be qualified as peer reviewers.
Yes, as part of the certification training, you will be given some assignments to do together with peer review instruments. So you are going to do that next week. That is part of next week's training.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I was able, sir, to receive a certificate being a peer reviewer, but not as a research material, but a book review.
Oh, okay, okay.
It was an experience with, it was my first experience, but I found out it's a different kind of review because
Yeah.
it's more of a book review, not of a research study.
That's true. Yeah, book review is different from paper review or research paper review. So different approaches altogether. Okay, so as part of this, before you are certified by Web of Science, you'll be given review exercises to do. Okay, so as part of the training, you'll be given the evaluation sheet, the sample evaluation sheet, which you are going to use for your peer review process.
Okay. So what I learned, sir, is there's such thing as peer review of research study and a peer review of a book review, which was published actually and is already online.
Yes, that
No
is
wonder
true.
I peer reviewed. That's a new thing that I learned. Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes. Okay, so usually for book review, they usually ask one person, they can ask one person to do a book review, or they can ask two people to do a book review. But for peer review, not only for peer review, minimum is two people. Okay, minimum is two people. Okay, and then for book review, usually journals do not ask people to do book review, but people can do book review and submit for publication, except that the journal is really, really interested in a particular book, and then they want to publish something about the book that they can ask somebody to do it. But typically, book review is just like writing the research article. Okay, so just like you write a research article for publication, you can write a book review for publication. Okay, so reviewing a book is not part of the peer review process. So when you submit a book review, the book review will be subjected to peer review, okay, by different reviewers. So you, the person doing the book review, you are not considered as a reviewer. You are just an author.
Okay.
Okay, so when your book review is submitted to the journal, then the peer reviewers will review your book review. So if you do a book review, you are not considered as a reviewer, but you are considered as an author. Okay, so that is the difference between being a reviewer and reviewing a book.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. Any more clarifications or anything to ask?
Hi, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Ma'am Blessy.
Yeah, sir. If I may ask, for an institutional publication, is it necessary to avail the services of an external peer reviewer, or the institution can create its own peer review?
Yeah, the institution can create their own peer review team, especially if your institution has a journal, then the institution is going to need a peer review team. Okay. If your institution do not have a journal, you can encourage them to begin a journal, and then within which you will serve as one of the reviewers. Yeah, presently I'm working with one universities who do not have journal, and then they want to start a journal. So they have submitted some research papers to me, and then we are improving them to make it fit for publication. After that, we'll help them to acquire ISSN. Okay, and then they will have their journal ready. And then if they want to later bring the journal online, they are going to need a publisher, okay, which will help them to do that as well. And then finally, they can bring their journal online. Okay, so if you don't have a journal, you can start one. If your university has a journal, automatically they have a peer review already. So you can join their peer review team so you can gain more experience.
Thank
Did I
you very much.
answer you, or you have
Yes,
follow-up
sir.
question?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, any more clarification? Somebody is asking, can we ask your expertise as consultant for our paper to be submitted? Yes, we provide consulting services. If you want us to improve your paper to be published in Scopus or ISI, we can help you with that as well. Okay, so no more questions. Okay, so if there's no more question, it is okay, go ahead, please.
No, it's lunchtime.
Okay. All right, so it's 12 o'clock already, so we are going to have our lunch break, and then we are going to be back by 1 o'clock. Okay, so by 1:15, we are going to begin the afternoon session.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so enjoy your lunch, and then see you again around 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay, God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, God bless.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
You're
See you
welcome.
later.
Okay, see you later. Okay. So we'll begin with making the decision. If you receive the invitation, you will need to make a decision whether to accept the decision, the invitation, or to reject the invitation. Yeah, but personally, when I get peer review invitation, I don't reject them. Yeah, because I know how much being a reviewer helps me to learn more and then to be connected to the international community of researchers. Okay, so personally, I don't decline invitations. So I will always want to be part of different review teams so that I can learn more. Okay. So now the questions you have to ask. Number one is, are you available? Okay, are you available? So you need to ask yourself, am I available? Okay, so you check your time, check your availability, your schedules and everything. Okay, to make sure that you really have time to do the review work. Okay, number two, you ask yourself, are you an expert in the field in which you have been asked to review? Okay, so being an expert is very important. Being an expert simply means you are competent in the area where you are being asked to review. So this means that if you don't really have good background, being a good reviewer might not really be good. Might not happen simply because it's like there are some technical things you will not really understand them. Okay, especially let's assume that your major is in agriculture. Let's say agronomy or horticulture or animal science or something, and then you receive a review on call it entomology. I mean, agronomy is very different from entomology, even though they are related in some way. Yeah, but that might not be your field. There are some technical things you cannot understand. Okay, so you need to be sure that you are really an expert in the area. Okay, you have to be an expert in the area. Okay, right now the next thing here is, have you co-published with the authors in the past? That is a question you have to ask yourself. So, like they present to you or they submit to you a paper to review, ask yourself, is the author of that paper your friend? Is he your co-author in the past? Is he your student, and so on and so forth? So if the person is connected to you in a way, you have to tell them about the conflict of interest. Okay, because there's a tendency that you might show some bias in your review. And then, have you worked at the same institution as the author? Okay, so you have to make sure that the author is not in your institution, because earlier I said conflict of interest. So you have to take note of this as well. And then, are you related to the author? Are you related? Is he your relative? Is he your friend? And so on and so forth. So you have to take into consideration all these things in making the decision. Because at the end of the day, you want to do an excellent job, an excellent review work, okay? And then you have to ask yourself, okay, can I keep confidentiality? When I accept this work, will I be able to keep silent about it? Or I will have the tendency of sharing it with my colleagues. Okay, because confidentiality is very important in peer review process. Okay, so this is something you really need to consider. Okay. Now, if you decide to accept the invitation, then you have to take note of this. Number one, check the general instruction and journal specific requirement. So after you accept the invitation, you have to go to the journal right away and check the general instructions, and then check the journal specific requirement. So if you go to the journal website, there is something called guideline for authors. And for some time, there are guidelines for reviewers as well. Okay, so you check on both, okay? And make sure that you have clear understanding of what is expected of you, okay? You really have a clear understanding, because you can review just based on your ideas or what you think. Okay, you have to follow the guideline provided by the journal. For some journals, usually when they email you about a paper they want you to review, together with the paper, they provide you with the guidelines as well. but not so for every journal. Some journal, they will send you only the paper, and then they are expecting you to go to the journal website to check the detail. Okay, so this is something you have to take note. Okay, when you are doing the review. Okay, and then you have to check the confidentiality. So usually there are rules about the confidentiality. Okay, you have to read and understand. Okay, who can I share this information with, and who can't I share with? So you have to check all these to be very, very sure that you understand what you are doing before you even begin. Okay, then register and create account. Okay, this is also dependent. There are some journals, you just review and email your review reports to the journal. There are some journals you need to create account because they will provide you a link to the journal website, and then you click on the link and then create account. So after you create account, then you have access to the paper that you are supposed to review. Usually in the email they will send you, the email contains only the abstract. Okay, it contains only the abstract, not the whole paper. So to access the whole paper, you need to register, create account, and then you can access the journal, the article from the journal database. Okay, and this is true for almost all Scopus and Web of Science journals. Okay, you always need to log in to review. Okay, so you have to submit everything, your review report and everything through the journal website. Okay, now if you decide to decline, what do? You have to provide reason and tangible reason why you decided to decline. I remember about 3 months ago, I received an invitation from one of the journals here, one of the journals in the state universities, I think in the Visayas or somewhere else there. Okay, they were asking me to review a paper. But that particular moment, I had so many papers on my table I need to work on. So I told them, I'm sorry, because they were asking me to review in 2 weeks. I think 1 week, maybe 1 week. They were asking me to review in 1 week. But I said, no, in 1 week, I'm sorry, but I cannot. Yeah, I hope to join your review team in the future. But now I have a lot of things to do on my table. Okay, so they replied by thank you. Hope you can review in the future like that. So you have to provide a reason why you are declining the invitation. Okay, don't just decline and then leave it like that. You have to provide a reason for the decline. It's very essential. Okay, number 2, suggest suitable candidates. Okay, so when you decline, if ever you have somebody who you think the person is really competent to do the review, you can suggest. Okay, for example, I'm sorry to decline. I have an impending work that needs to be finished in a week's time. However, I would like to suggest Dr. Blah, 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 blah. He is very competent in this field and he will be able to do an excellent job for you. Okay, so you are suggesting somebody else who might be available to do the review. Okay, so if you can, it's really good that you provide suggestions. And then number 3, you still need to ensure confidentiality. Even when you decline the invitation, make sure that you don't share the information with your colleagues or with your mates. Okay, you still need to keep the paper confidential. Okay, no need to tell anybody about the paper you received. Yeah, I have seen on Facebook several times people who receive invitation and then they'll post it on Facebook just to let people know that look, they are also part of this, they are part of that. Well, that breaks the research ethics. Okay, it destroys the ethics. If ever the editor will know that you are posting those things on Facebook, they will not invite you anymore. Okay, so there's no need to try to look like an expert. Yeah, there's no need to try to show your colleagues you are an expert or whatever. Whatever you're experiencing, just put it on your CV. There's no need to put it on social media, yeah, because it breaks the research publication ethics. Okay, so when you receive the invitation, make sure that you keep everything confidential. Now let's see. Am I the right person to review this manuscript? Am I the right person to review this manuscript? Okay. So usually, you need to ask yourself this question. So you should review. You should only review a manuscript if it matches your area of expertise. Okay. Even if the topic sounds fascinating, don't agree to review if you do not have the expertise in the area. Okay, that is one thing you have to really ensure. Okay, so this talks about being honest with yourself. Okay, don't start something you know that, look, I'm not really competent in this particular area. So if you are not competent, please don't venture into going to review it, because you end up making some mistakes. You end up making some mistakes. Okay, and then if you are not sure you have the right expertise, or if you think you could provide an expert evaluation of one aspect of the manuscript but not the entire manuscript, okay, just get in touch with the editor of the journal. Okay, maybe it could be that you have an idea about the subject, but the methodology used is very, very sophisticated and you don't really understand the data analysis. So just get in touch with the editor and then explain to them, yeah, I'm really willing to do the review, but the kind of statistics which was used is something I'm not really competent with. So I'm competent in. So can you let somebody check the statistics and then I review the other side. Okay, so you can do it that way. Yeah, it's better to be honest than to do a poor work. Yeah, that's something you should really avoid. Because if they notice that the review is not well done, they are not going to send you any paper to be reviewed. But if you are honest, okay, they will know that this guy is honest. So next time, if they find a paper which is related to your actual expertise, they are going to email you and ask you to do the peer review. Okay, so this is something you really need to take note of. I have to take note of this. Okay. Now the next question you should ask yourself is, do I have time to do the review by the journal's guideline? So earlier on, I made mention this briefly. Now we are discussing it into detail. So don't overcommit, okay? Don't overcommit. So make sure you have enough time to provide a thorough review. So if you are asking you to do the work in 1 week, and you know that in 1 week you can finish it, then be honest and decline. So if you want to review but think you might need extra time to get it done, just let the editor know as soon as possible so they can alert the author or the contact another reviewer if necessary. So maybe you are really interested, but a 1 week is too short. So you can ask for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And then if they know that it's okay to give you 3 weeks, they will let you do it. However, if they feel like, look, the paper needs to be finished in 1 week, they will contact another reviewer to do the work. So check the deadline all the time before you accept the invitation. Okay. And sometimes one of the things I have also realized, some journals they are a little, let me say, tricky and like that because they don't provide the deadline in the email. And you can only see the deadline after you accept. Okay. So instead of accepting, when they email you, if the deadline for submission is not in the email, email back and ask them when is the deadline for submission of my review report. Okay, so you have an idea. Okay, you have an idea about when the deadline is. Okay, because that is my personal experience. Yeah, I have experienced that before. I didn't know the deadline, and then until I accepted the invitation, then I noticed, look, it's too short. But I had accepted already, so there was nothing I could do. So I had to squeeze some time and then get the work done as fast as possible. Okay, so that is something you should take note. Now the next thing here is, can I provide an objective review? Okay, can you provide an objective review? That is another question you have to ask yourself. Can I provide an objective review? Okay, so in here, before you respond to the invitation, you have to check the list in case you have you have past or present collaborators with any of the authors or any other potential competing interests. Okay, so as a reviewer, one of your primary goals is to provide an objective review. Okay, so this means that you are going to do everything you can to avoid any kind of influence, any kind of thing that will influence you to be biased in one area or the other. So being objective is very, very important. And you should always make sure that the authors are not connected to you in any way. Okay, next one, you should decline the invitation if an outside observer might reasonably feel that your review was negatively or positively biased by a competing interest. Okay, so this is something you should really, really ensure. But like I mentioned, if they notice some bias in your report, or they notice some incompetence in your report, they are not going to send any review, any paper to you to review. So you have to make sure that you are being objective as much as possible. You have to be objective as much as possible. Okay. And the next question is, why get involved in peer review? Why do you need to get involved? In the morning, we talked briefly about some of the purpose of peer review, the reason for peer review, and so on. Now we are going to look at some more benefits and then more reasons why you should be involved. So number one, serving as a peer reviewer, okay, looks good on your CV. I mentioned this in the morning. Okay, it looks good on your CV. Okay, as it shows that your expertise is recognized by scientists. Okay, so let's assume that you are a reviewer for ACI, or you are a reviewer for Scopus, or you are a reviewer for Web of Science, or for Science Direct, or for EBSCO, and so on and so forth. Okay, the fact that another journal recognizes your expertise means that you are an expert. Yeah, that is one thing you have to know. So on your CV, If you have on your CV reviewer for blah 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 blah, okay, whoever picks your CV know that look, this guy has some expertise in this area, and that is why this journal is using him. Okay, number two, you will get to read some of the latest science in your field well before it is in the public domain. Okay, so as a reviewer, you are going to get first-hand information. Okay, you are going to review and you'll be updated first before any other person come across the information. Okay, because before it is published, you are the first person, aside from the editor, you are the next person in line to read and to get to know. Okay, one of the most interesting things that I experienced while I was working in Thailand was uh, in Thailand, my university uh, had science and technology as the major. So engineering, architecture, agriculture and engineering, biological sciences, and then some other fields in engineering. Okay, it was a big university with over 15,000 students. Okay, so when I received all these papers and I began to read them, wow, I received a ton of information. I mean, things I didn't know about. No, as I read, I get so much educated. And it was really something fun. Okay, every time I sit down to read the papers, I learn a lot of things from biological science to microbiology to agriculture technology to architecture to material science to uh, business administration and so on and so forth. So I read a lot every week. I read a lot and then it refreshes my mind. And then even there are things if I don't understand, I will just check the dictionary or just Google it just to be sure I really understand what I was reviewing or what I was improving. Okay, so being a reviewer will really make you become more educated. Okay, and because you have a deadline or like something you want to learn by yourself, if it's a new thing you want to acquire by yourself, there's a tendency that sometimes you feel lazy to do it and so on and so forth. However, because you have a deadline, the journal is waiting for you. Yeah, you are able to read faster and get the work done. Okay, so being a reviewer is something good from my personal experience. Yeah, I learned a lot. I learned a lot while I was in Thailand working with a research institute. Okay, number three, the critical thinking skills needed during peer review will help you in your own research and writing. Okay, that is something also very interesting. Okay, so while I was reading, I read about new methodologies, new survey styles, all kind of research method use, and so on and so forth. So I developed new skills, okay, in writing research. And I also read through different types of data sets. Okay, so I begin to learn new data sets and so on and so forth. I remember there was one time there was this guy, he was applying for research grants from the Thai government. Okay, so he prepared this proposal and then he brought it to me to improve the proposal. So I went through it, I did recommendations, I delete some things, put some things together, and then make everything ready. I also check the grammar and everything. So at the end of the day, the proposal was accepted by the Thai government. And then I think they granted him around 900,000 pesos. 900,000 pesos in Philippine money, maybe around 1.3 million for the project. Yeah, but I really learned. Yeah, because those days I had not seen a Thai proposal before. So while I was improving his proposal, I also learned about the Thai proposal and how to write it and so on and so forth. But the bottom line is I learned a lot, and then the grant was also accepted. So when he received the approval, he emailed me, said, thank you so much. My proposal has been accepted. Okay. I learned, I was happy because my contribution brought some kind of significance. Okay, so these are some of the reasons why you will want to get involved in peer review. These are some of the reasons that you will want to get involved in peer review. Okay, so now how to get involved. Now I have a lot of knowledge. How do I get involved in peer review? How do I get involved? Okay, so let's begin. Okay, number one, you have to develop your peer review skills. Okay, you have to develop your peer review skills. And what we are doing now is one of the examples of the ways you can improve your peer review skills by attending trainings, by attending seminars, and then workshops, and so on and so forth. Okay, so despite the vital role peer reviewers play, okay, usually it's rare for journals to provide any formal training. Okay, so journals usually do not provide formal training for peer reviewers. So in this case, what do you do? So in this case, you will need to be proactive. Okay, you will need to be, you have to be proactive. So how do you do it? Okay, proactive and then develop your skills. Okay, and then like I said, attending series of trainings, workshops, and seminars, and then accessing other resources available online. And then in the libraries, you can build your peer review skills. Let me say that personally, uh, before I became a peer reviewer, I did not attend any training. Okay, I learned to do it by publishing papers. Okay, by publishing papers. So as I published papers, I learned how to do it. I remember before I was hired in that university, the Research Institute in Thailand, those days I had only one publication. I had only one publication. But I really understood because I had read comprehensively about how to review a paper. And it was like this. Usually, in the abstract, what tenses do you need to use? In the introduction, what tenses do you need to use? Okay, in your discussion, what tenses do you need to use? In the conclusion, and so on and so forth. Because across the paper, you cannot use the same tenses throughout. Okay, so I really had a clear understanding of this. So before the Research Institute hired me, I took a test, a written test, 100 questions, all about research publication. Okay, and then fortunately, I was able to pass, or I passed the test. Okay, and then they emailed me and told me, Mac, you have passed the test. Okay, so your appointment letter is ready. I remember that day. Wow, I was so happy. Yeah, because before I was teaching in the senior high school, and then I applied in the university to work in the university. Okay, so when I got accepted, I was so much happy because I always wanted to go higher. I always wanted to go higher. Okay, so you can build your experience or your expertise by publishing papers, by attending trainings, workshops, and so on and so forth. So these are things you can do, okay, to get going. And number two, you have to get some practice. Okay, we are told that practice makes a man perfect. Okay, the more you practice, the better you become. Okay, and then there is also a principle Okay, the principle of use goes like this. Everything you don't use, you lose. Okay, I'm saying it again. Everything you don't use, you lose. Okay, so when you acquire the knowledge and you don't use the knowledge, you forget the knowledge completely. Okay, for example, when I was in Thailand, I could speak Thai to some extent. Yeah, but after living Thailand for it's about 3 years now, living here in Davao, okay, I forgot most of my time. Why? Because I'm not using that particular skill that I acquired. Okay. However, the skill of research and publication, I'm using it almost every week. And because of that, I keep getting better and better. But my competence in speaking Thai, I forgot everything. Okay. What I remember is Sawadee-Kap. Okay. Sawadee-Kap is like hi or hello. Okay, so I forgot everything because the principle of use goes like this. Everything you don't use, you lose. So you don't want to lose the skill you are acquiring, then you've got to use the gift. You have to put it into practice. Okay, so what that means is once you've done some initial training, it's time to put it into practice. Okay, so you could first serve on your school journal as a reviewer. So, Kanina, I was saying that if your school has a journal, after the training, approach the research director and then tell him or her that, sir, I took the peer reviewer certification training. Now I am certified by Web of Science. I'm also certified by the Human Research Publications. And then I want to put this skill into practice. Can you allow me to join the peer review team? I'm sure your research director will be very, very happy and then allow you to join the team. Uh, but if the director, no, if your school has no journal, you can go to the research chair or the research director and then share your experience. Share, ma'am, I took the research peer review certification training. Now I'm certified by Web of Science. And then I have also certification with the Human Research. Can I suggest that we begin a journal? We start a journal. Maybe your researcher will say, but we don't know how to do it. And then you can tell him, don't worry, because the Human Research publication can help us to set up the journal. So in this case, you will be the one pioneering, pushing this idea. So you are going to form a core part of your review team. Actually, they can even consider you as the editor, or they can consider you as part of the editorial committee, or better, just a reviewer. Okay, so in that way, you have an atmosphere whereby weekly basis you are practicing your review skills. Okay, you could also look for accredited journals online that need reviewers, either locally or internationally. Okay, so I said that, I mentioned Kanina, I said that if we, if you finish the certification, we can recommend some journals to you, okay, that you can join as a reviewer, both locally and internationally. So we can also do that as well. So there is always a room for practice. There is always a room for practice. So you just need to be determined that, look, after this training, I am really going to get involved in peer review. Okay, there are some people after the training, that is all. They don't practice it. And if you not practice it, you are going to forget about everything. Okay. Now the next thing here is get some practice. Get some practice. Okay. So consider asking your supervisor if you can assist with peer reviews, which they are currently writing. Okay. So sometimes in the graduate school, they do some review work, okay? And then sometimes your advisor or your superiors in the university, maybe the professors, okay? The professor emeritus, or those big guys in the university, you can just approach them and tell them, sir, do you have any review work I can help you with? Okay? And then if they have some review work, usually they will ask permission from the journal that they are connected to. And then if the journal editor give them permission, they can let you do the review. Okay, and then they will do the final checking before submission to the journal. So you also need the journal editor's consent, okay, for this to happen. But it's not uncommon and can be useful way, can be a useful way of getting feedback from a trusted source, okay, on your own reviewing, okay. So another thing you can also do is you can just download a paper from online, review it, and then ask your mentors in the university or the college to check for you if you did a good job or you did not do a good job. And they will be always happy to give you feedback, okay, knowing that you are pursuing a good course, okay? And then you might also want to practice peer reviewing papers written by your colleagues, okay? So you can also ask your colleagues, if you have a paper you want to submit for publication, please let me review for you, okay? And then they'll be willing to let you review it. So you give your input, you give your comments, and then based on your comment, they will improve their paper. Okay, so this is more informal. Pre-submission review is common practice among researchers. Okay, so it is a great way to hone your skills and to help them to develop their manuscript further before submitting to their chosen journal. So as you ask your peers, they will give their paper to you, and then you review. You are helping them at the same time. You are also helping yourself, in a sense that it's like a broom, a dirty broom. When a dirty broom is used in scrubbing the floor, by the time the broom is done cleaning the floor, the broom is also clean at the same time. So while if you work on your friend's paper by reviewing for them, you also get better at the same time. Okay. Now let's look at identify the journals you want to review for. Okay. So now you need to identify journals that you may want to review for. Okay. So in this case, you start by creating a list of journals, okay, in your subject area you may want to review for. So you can write a list of some journals, maybe about 10 journals or even 20 or more, depending on what you want to do. Okay, then do your research online, browsing subject area or keyword to find the most relevant titles. So you know your area of expertise, maybe educational psychology, or maybe andragogy or pedagogy, or maybe agronomy or astronomy, or biological science or animal science, whatever it is, okay? You check online, look for journals that are related to your area of expertise, okay, by using keywords in your area, and then make a list of them, okay? However, you target small number of journals, okay, which most closely match your area of expertise. Okay, read up on the aims and the scope. Okay, so when you list all these journals, now you need to visit the journal website, and then you are going to check the aim and the scope of the journal to make sure that your area of expertise perfectly fits the scope of the journal. Okay, this is the next thing you are going to do. And then browse recent issues to see what kind of papers they publish. Okay, after you check the scope and the aim, Now you can download some of the papers, or you can click on the archives, okay, and then check the recent issues, okay, and then you have an idea about the kind of papers they have been published, maybe for the past 5 years, from 2020, 19, 18, 17, and 16. Check the list of titles that they have published, okay? So you might even be able to find their reviewer and author guidelines or an editorial policy, okay, for the online journals. So after going through all this, you have a clear picture of what the journal is really about. And you know whether your competence fits the journal or it doesn't fit the journal. Okay, so in this case, understanding that editors will be more likely to contact you, okay, for a peer review if they can see a clear link, okay, between a submitted manuscript and your own expertise. So, so it pays to be diligent at this stage. Okay, so usually when you check all those papers, you get an idea about the kind of paper that the journal publishes. Okay, so you may want to publish a paper with them. Okay, because I'll talk about this later, but let me just scratch it a little. Because one of the criteria, or one of the ways, maybe better, one of the ways the journal look for papers, and look for reviewers, is to contact people who have published papers in their journal. Okay, there is one of the journals I review for. Okay, they contacted me to review simply because I published a paper in the journal. Okay, so usually when you are submitting the paper for publication, there is a column, there's a checkbox you will check whether you are available to review or not. So if you check that you are available to review, then if they find a paper that best fits your area of expertise, they are going to email you and they will ask you to be the reviewer for the paper. Okay, so this done, after you make the list and you check on the papers. If you check on the papers published in the past, if it meets your area of expertise, you can email the editor, share your experience and background with them, and then tell them you are interested to serve as a reviewer for the journal. Okay, like that. There are some journals, they have a form you will need to fill. There are some other journals, it's not a form. They will just ask you to submit your CV. So you just email your CV to them. Okay, and then if ever they have a paper that is connected to your area of expertise, they are just going to send the paper to you for review. And number 4, use your academic and professional networks. Okay, so when you are looking for a journal to review, you can use your network, okay, through recommendation from your peers, recommendation from your superiors, recommendation from your colleagues, and so on and so forth. Okay, so once you know the journals you want to review for, okay, you contact the editor through your mentor, if ever. Okay, and then this could be a colleague, a mentor, a superior who knows the editor, if ever. Sometimes your superior do not know the editor. Don't worry about that. Some journals have large editorial board. Okay, so check online, check the online board listing. Okay, in case you know someone who could introduce you, so you can go through the editorial board. Okay, for example, one of the journals I serve as editor, okay, the editor-in-chief sent us message with the editors, and then he was asking, do you have anybody you can recommend to serve as one of the reviewers or serve as an editor, and so on and so forth. Okay, so in this case, the chief editor is asking the editors to make recommendation. And this is done by almost every journal. Okay, so when you go through the journal editor list, you can begin by making friends with any of the editors there. And then the editor will recommend you to the chief editor. And then you become a reviewer, or you'll be made to serve as one of the editors for the journal, depending on your background and your experience. Okay, so that's something you should take note of. So this isn't a mandatory step in the process, but it can help if you have a personal introduction, okay, or mutual connection when reaching out to a journal. Okay, I used to say that in this world, it is not about whom you know. Sometimes, if you want a job and all those kind of things, connection, uh, they will ask you, whom do you know? Okay, but now it's no more whom you know, because I can say I know somebody, but if the person does not know me, it's useless. Okay, so the issue is who knows you. Okay, so if the person knows you, then the person can help you even if you don't know the person. You get a point? For example, maybe the editor or one of the editors read about your paper online. You don't know that person who read your paper, but the person has read about you. Okay, and because of that, somebody on the editorial board knows about you. Okay, so if you email, say, okay, sir, I'm this person, I belong to this university. I'm looking for an opportunity to serve as a reviewer. Can you please recommend me to your journal? Okay, and then they will be happy to recommend you. Okay, so it means that that person will also become a mentor to you, or to help you around, to help you along your in your growth in the peer review ladder. Okay, now contact the editor directly. Okay, if ever you don't have any connection, you can directly contact the editor. Okay, there's no crime in that. So this is what you need to understand. Okay, you don't have to worry about having connection to the journal if you don't. Okay, and then you can still contact the editor directly without any personal introduction, like I said a while ago. So contact information is usually provided on the journal's homepage. So you can go to the journal website, check the email, the contact number, and then email the editor. Okay, introduce yourself, and then tell them you're looking for peer review opportunity. If they could consider you as one of the reviewers or editor, and so on and so forth. So if you can find an email address on the journal website, okay, try looking for the editor's institutional profile instead. Okay, so you can find the detail on the website. Just go to Google Scholar, type in the name of the editor, and then his profile will come out. Okay, so usually his institutional email is there in Google Scholar. So you can check it out and then email. Okay, that is how you can do this. Okay, now next thing here is, when can you contact an editor? When can you do this? Okay, let them know that you would like to get involved. Okay, with peer review, and then you have to demonstrate your knowledge of the journal. Okay, so you have to tell them, I read about the journal. I see that your focus, your aim is on this and this and that, and I'll really be interested to review. Again, you have to highlight previous experience. Okay, every experience you have to highlight it, and then highlight your own qualification, your publications that might be relevant, including if you've attended any excellent uh, peer review process. For example, like Taylor and Francis, or like Scopus training, or like Web of Science training, or like peer review certification, like what you are doing now. Okay, so you can ask them, you can put all these things into your email, telling about your experience, background, and so on and so forth. And then you have to attach an up-to-date CV, okay? or your resume, which is very important. Make sure that your resume is really up to date, very, very recent. Okay, and then when that is done, you can send your email. Okay, all right, next one, delayed or declined. Okay, sometimes when after you submit your paper, it can be that the editor will not respond. Okay, the editor will not respond, or you can be declined. Okay, that is something you should understand. Okay, but don't be disappointed if you don't hear from your chosen journal. I mean, for some time. Okay, because usually after you submit your letter of interest to be a reviewer, from my experience, usually they will not reply until they get a paper that is related to your field, and then they will send it to you like that. So after you submit, if they reply, fine. But if they don't reply, don't worry. Sometimes it simply means that they have not received a paper that is related to your field. So if they get a paper related to your field, for sure, if they like your profile, they are going to contact you. So if your application to become a peer reviewer is declined, okay, you can ask for feedback why they decline your application to be a peer reviewer, and they will tell you, well, you don't have this, you don't have that. So in that case, you know which area you will need to develop. Okay, maybe they are saying you have no publication or you have no paper in Scopus or the website. So in that case, you will need to focus on publishing the paper in Scopus or website, and then when that happens, well, if ever you submit a paper again, if you submit an interest again, they are going to consider you. Okay, now let's look at tips for getting started as a peer reviewer. Some tips that will help you get started. Number one, update your public profile. You need to always update your public profile. Okay, so you have to keep your CV an account in sites such as LinkedIn, ResearchGate, Academia, etc. current to make sure it includes keywords about your research areas. Okay, so some of the professional and academic platforms, they are LinkedIn, ResearchGate, Academia, Google Scholar, and so on and so forth. So you should always keep your profile on this platform updated. Okay, because when people are looking for you, that is where they are going to find you. Okay, so if they are impressed with your CV or with your background, they are going to email you. Okay, and number two, be findable. Okay, you need to be findable. What does it mean? It means that you need to be present on the internet. Okay, there are some of us, when somebody will type our name on Google, the only thing that pops up is Facebook. The only thing that pops up is Facebook. Okay, so all about you is Facebook and nothing else. Okay, if that is you, then peer editors will not consider you as a peer reviewer. Okay, so when somebody types your name on Google, it should be your research contribution that should pop up, not Facebook profile. Okay, so you should be findable. That is very important. So make sure that your email address, okay, is easy to find and up to date. That is something you need to do. And then you should check your email every day. This is something I would strongly advise you, okay? If you are a professional, check your email every day. There are some of us, we don't check our emails. About 1 week, you don't even check your email. That is not a good thing to do. So what you can do is you install the email app on your phone, okay? And then every time you receive email, you see the notification that you have received an email on your phone. So you can easily reply emails on your phone wherever you are. Okay, so as a professional, please get it very clearly. Check your email every day. This is something you really need to do. Okay, don't check Facebook how many times and then not checking your email at all. Okay, it's not a good thing. So I will strongly discourage that. Okay, so please check your email every day. Reply to emails and so on and so forth. Okay, and then number three, read, and read. Okay, so what it means is that you have to stay up to date. Okay, up to date with published literature in your field. Okay, so be that kind of person who loves to read. Okay, great leaders are great readers. So if you want to be a leader in your field, then you should be a reader in your field. So you can be an expert in research publication when you don't like reading research articles. It's simple as that. To become a peer reviewer, you need to read a lot. Okay, so when you read an article, think about how you would evaluate it. Okay, if you were reviewing it for a journal. So every time you are reading, you are checking the strengths and the weaknesses of the article, just like it is done in the graduate school with paper critic. So one of the subject requirements, they will usually ask you to critique the paper. Okay, so that should be your lifestyle. When you read a paper, you should always critique it. Find what is wrong with the paper, what is right with the paper, what are the strengths and the weaknesses, and so on and so forth. So in that way, it improves your critical thinking ability. Okay, and then it helps you to learn more. Okay, so also read articles that are published with the reviewer comments online. So usually there are articles that have been published together with the reviewer comments, and you can check them out and read them as well. Okay, so you know what the comment of other reviewers are, and you can add more to your own knowledge. Okay, and the next thing here is number 4. Keep up the good work. Okay, you need to keep up the good work. How do you do that? So editors often select reviewers by looking at the references in published articles. Okay, so as you pursue this journey, you will need to do publication regularly. Okay, you will need to do publication regularly. Like every year, you have to be able to publish 2 to 3 papers. This is something you have to keep up all the time. Okay, because if you do this, your citation index goes up. So it improves your citation. So when people will type your name on Google, most of the time, your name will appear everywhere. Okay, everywhere your paper is, everywhere your name has been cited, it's going to pop up. And usually when editors are looking for reviewers, they check all these things. Okay, they check all these things, the citations that you have and so on and so forth. The next one, by continuing to conduct your research and report the result, you will help editors find you and match you to the kind of studies you want to read. Okay, so that is what I have said. Okay, you have to keep the work up, and then when you do it, editors will be able to find you easily. Okay, number 5. Okay, so you have to use unique personal identifier. Okay, uh, this is something, an ID, which helps you to be found easily on the internet. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to sign up with ORCID ID. Okay, so and authorize ORCID to link up your publications. So when ORCID links up your publications uh, with your ID, okay, it will be easier for reviewers to find you. So reviewers will be able to easily find you online. Sorry, editors will be able to find you online, okay, and follow your work, okay. You should also find a mentor, okay. So the question I'll ask you is, in your professional career, who is your mentor? Who is mentoring you? Okay, yeah, because this is the truth. Mentors are the shortcut to success. Apart from that, there is no shortcut. Okay, to true success, mentors are the shortcut. If you don't go through mentor, you always need to go the long way. Yeah, you have to take the long route. Because success is a long route, not a short route. Okay, so the shortest cut, the shortest route to success is called mentor. Okay, so let your supervisor know that you are interested in doing peer review. Okay, your advisor, your supervisor, your superior, or whoever you can count on as your mentor. Okay, and then ask if you might be able to co-author a review with your supervisor. Okay, that's one of the things we will be encouraging later because we have an upcoming partnership program, and then one of the component will be to co-author a paper with us, okay, with a human research group. Okay, so you write a paper, we improve the paper, and we become your co-author, and we publish together. Okay, so you are the main author, and then the human research is your co-author. So this will be in the area of education, the sciences, agriculture, and so on and so forth. So all kind of education, science education, chemistry education, or whatever kind of education, and then in the sciences as well. Also in tourism, if your major is tourism, we can co-author a paper with you as well, an HRM. Okay, so we have a wide variety of experts that can meet your field. If you want us to co-publish a paper with you, okay, you finish the paper, we improve the paper to meet the journal standard, and then we co-publish, we publish it together like that. Okay, and then you have to go to conferences. Okay, and it's very important that once in a while you attend a training like you are doing today, because let me say that every knowledge seems to expire yearly. So if you are that kind of person who does not attend conferences and seminars, your knowledge is getting archaic, okay, outmoded already. So you have to give conference or give presentations or participate in panels, okay, at conferences to start getting known among others, okay, in your field. So what that means is that when you join a conference as a presenter or part of the panel, okay, you get connected with other people in your field. So you got connected also with editors from different journals. And then in that case, they will be able to connect you with a journal that you could serve as a reviewer and so on and so forth. We have a conference that is coming maybe in the next 3 or 4 months. It's still in the planning stage. And then if you want to present the paper, you can present. Or some of you after the certification, we can even ask you to serve on the panel. Okay, and then with that you get connected to other people, and then you also gain more experience. Okay, there is a website about conferences, global conferences. Okay, if you type in Google conference, educational conferences or scientific conferences, the website will pop up, and then you can check all the conferences in the Philippines. I mean scientific conferences, And then you, if you have a paper you want to present, it is good now because of COVID. Okay, you don't have to travel to another country to do presentation. You present it here, and yet in your certification, in your certificate, it's an international conference, even though it was presented over here. Okay, and then also network with journal editors by attending a conference. I've talked about this already. Now, number 8, you have to be active on social media. Okay, be active on social media. Okay, being active on social media is also very important. I'm not talking about just posting photos, not that, but you have to follow and connect with experts, okay, in your field, okay, through Twitter, LinkedIn, and other platforms. Okay, so you can now even Facebook. There's a lot of high-ranked journals on Facebook. Okay, you can post your papers and so on and so forth, or join groups, Facebook groups that are related to research or conferences, and you can learn more and get connected with all kinds of people. But one disadvantage about social media is, from my experience, there are so many scams. Okay, so far as paper publication is concerned. In those groups, one thing I've noticed is that everybody posts anything, and they will say, "Oh, I will publish your paper in school, blah blah blah," but it's all lie. So in social media, you have to be extra careful because somebody can easily deceive you and get your money. Okay, usually on our Facebook page, there are people from all kind of places, especially from India, and then they will post all kind of things on the Facebook page, and then I will just delete them, because those are all scams. They are fake journals. They are just looking for money, and that is all. So you should also be extra careful as you use social media as a professional. Okay, that's one thing you should also know. And then you can join a journal club. Okay, so usually in your university or college, you might have a research committee or a research club and so on and so forth, which you can join. Okay, and then you can learn more about that. Okay, I remember in Thailand, uh, in the university where I was working with a research institute, I was one of the assistant editors. And then we had editorial board meeting, which every month we did the meeting once every month. And then all the editorial board members will come, will sit down. So this is like a journal club or like a journal committee. Okay, so I listen to all kinds of views, and then I learn a lot. And I also get connected with people from different uh, departments and colleges as well. Okay, so find or form a group. If you cannot find one, you can form one. Okay, at your university or in your university. Okay, to get practice evaluating research with your peers. Okay, so if your institution has journals, please join the research committee. Go there, tell the research director, like I said, and then they will allow you. They will never say no. Okay, if your school does not have, please form the journal club. Begin forming the journal committee and get things started. Because it is part of the accreditation now. Okay, it is part of the accreditation. I remember in 2008, I worked with one of the colleges here in Davao as research director. When I went to the university, the college, they didn't have any research journal. Okay, when I went there, the whole college research productivity index was about 35% only. Okay, and then the faculty did not know how to do research and so on and so forth. So when I was hired as the research director for the college, I began the research journal for them. So I did series of research training, and then I made the research agenda and everything, and then we put papers together to begin the journal. Okay, and that alone helped the college to qualify for the PACOCOA accreditation. Okay, so they were able to qualify partly because of the research. Okay, the research. So now they have agenda and then everything. So in 1 year, through my help, we increased the research productivity index from 35 to around 85% in 1 year. Okay, so this is something you can do also. If your journal, if your colleague has no journal, you can begin that. Just go talk to your vice president or talk to whoever is in charge and begin it. If they tell you, we don't know how to do it, you tell them, I know somebody who can help you, who can help us to do it. And then we'll be able to help you to accomplish that. Now, how to review a manuscript. How do you review a manuscript? Okay, now let's begin. Now, number one, you have to get to know, okay? Get to know the review format of the journal. Okay, you really have to get to know. Like I mentioned, Kanina, you don't begin the review when you have no idea about how the review is supposed to be done. Okay, so you need to get to know the format. For that matter, understand that a manuscript review is made up of 3 sections, okay? A manuscript review is made up of 3 sections. We have number one, the written form, the written form. So with the written form, the editor will provide you with a form for rating the manuscript, okay, on a predetermined list of attributes that will lead you to answer the central question. So do you think this journal should publish the manuscript? So a list of questions or items will be provided, and then at the end of the day, you'll be able to answer this question: is this paper worth publishing? Okay, so that is called the rating form. Okay, and then a note to the authors. Okay, so usually 1 to 2 pages, and then it constitutes the bulk of the review. So the note to authors, it summarizes the manuscript main point and includes general comments about the paper's strengths and weaknesses. Okay, so apart from the criteria that will be given, there's another thing which is the notes to the author, which is about 2 pages. And then in here, you are going to summarize all the points, okay? Including what you think about the paper, including the strengths and the weaknesses of the paper, okay? And then it also provides the author with constructive feedback as well as a roadmap for arriving at the best possible version of the paper. So in the notes to authors, you are going to also provide suggestions. Okay, you are going to provide suggestions. Okay, and then based on these suggestions, the author is going to improve his paper. Okay, and then be able to get a better version of the paper. Okay, and then we have a note to the editor. Okay, so in a note to the editor, this is a brief text conveying confidential comment, okay, to be read by only the journal editor. So this usually includes any element of the paper, okay, which is beyond the reviewer's expertise. Okay, so if you have any other comment that you want to just tell only the editor, not the author, then you include it in the notes to the editor. Okay, so sometimes there's also another column about a note to both the editor and the author. Okay, so you have to note this one too. Either it's only for the editor or for the author. Okay, so all these will be provided whenever you are reviewing the paper. So number two, uh, you have to familiarize yourself with the journal. Okay, you have to familiarize yourself with the journal. So how do you do that? Okay, after you have read the manuscript, okay, and before you start writing, okay, you need to score the journal and pay attention to how the articles are presented. Okay, so you have to check the reviewer guidelines and so on and so forth, like I mentioned. Okay, you can also read some few articles from the journal website, okay, to give you a clear understanding about how papers look like, okay, from the journal. And then take note of the formatting, okay, the order of the sections, and the level of detail expected in the article. Then you have to be sure that you have a clear understanding of the journal's intended audience. So what this means is that when we say formatting, I mentioned this a while ago. So we are talking about the font size, the font type. We are talking about the spacing. We are talking about the margins and so on and so forth. We are talking about the paragraphs and so on and so forth. Okay, so these are things you have to make sure, check from the journal. So in your review, you are going to give comment on all these things. Okay, and then when we talk about sections here, it differs from journal to journal. There are some journals, okay, you have your abstract, okay, no, the first will be the title and the author information, and then you have the abstract, the keywords. Then after that begins with the introduction, and then introduction and literature review. Okay, there are some journal they want you to provide a separate literature review, and they will also want you to provide theoretical framework, conceptual framework, before methodology. Okay, there are some other journals. It is from abstract to introduction, straight to methodology. No conceptual framework, no theoretical framework, and so on and so forth. Okay, there are some other journals too. The results and discussion are together. Okay, results and discussion are together. But for all journal that uses IMRAT style, always the result is separated from the discussion. So the results come first, and then the discussion will be another section. Okay, so you have the introduction, method, results, and discussion. Okay, and usually the conclusion is part of the discussion. So there's no separate section for conclusion. No. Okay, journal that are using IMRAT's style, the conclusion is part of the discussion. Okay, so you merge the conclusion at the last paragraph for the discussion. Okay, then after that, acknowledgement and so on and so forth. Okay, so one thing you should know is this: you have to cross-check with the journal. What are the sections? Okay, what the sections are, and then make sure you have a clear understanding, okay, of how to review the paper, the expectations of the journal from you, before you begin with the actual process. Okay, so this is something you should really take note. Let's continue. Usually editors often give you a list of instructions, okay, for your review as well. So what you have to do is to tailor your review precisely to fit the journal. Okay, make sure that your review fits the journal completely. Okay, also find out about the journal's policy regarding reviewer anonymity, and then understand that some journals keep both author and the reviewer anonymous. Okay, so while others give both parties option to remain anonymous or not. Okay, so you need to cross-check all these things with the journal. As you begin your review, make sure that all these things are well checked before you begin the process. Now, number three, you have to know what to look for. Know what to look for. And what that means is that when you are reviewing, you need to have in mind what is it that I'm looking for. What is the right thing that a journal likes, and what is it that the journal does not like. Okay, so while you are reviewing, you are cross-checking and checking all those things. Okay, so many journal provide reviewers with criteria for evaluating each section of the manuscript. Okay, so in general, however, you need to ask yourself, okay, if the article meets the following benchmark. This is a general criteria. Usually, it might differ a little depending on the journal. Okay, so number one, overall, it makes a meaningful contribution to the field. So that is the first criteria you are going to consider, or uh, you are going to make sure that the paper meets that the research paper really makes a meaningful contribution. Okay, now number two, the science underlying the main idea is strong. Okay, the science underlying the main idea is strong. Okay, so when we say a paper is scientific, it simply means that the paper can be replicated. Okay, so if the paper cannot be replicated, it means it is not scientific paper. Understand this very well. Okay, so based on this criteria, you are going to check the method which was used. Okay, is it really scientific? Okay, is it really scientific? Is it if somebody read through this, can the person reproduce the same work? Can the person reproduce the same work or not? Okay, number three, are there no significant gaps in the cited literature? Okay, so usually when a person does the literature review, it is supposed that the literature review should not leave any kind of gaps in between. So everything needs to be coherent. It has to be coherent. Let's assume that the person reviewed the literature using the chronological order. Okay, chronological order. For example, he reviewed the paper uh, using the order maybe from 2021 to 2020 to 19 and so on and so forth. Okay, so in this case, it is expected that if you review papers in 2020, you don't jump to 1995, leaving a gap in between. So what happened between those periods? So you don't leave any gap unattended. And then number two, you are also making sure that the study also fill in the necessary gaps needed. Okay, and then because every study is supposed to fill in a gap, so if the study does not fill in any gap, it does not provide solution to any problem, then it's not a good paper. Number four, the results have not been previously published. So it's also your duty to make sure that the paper you are reviewing has not been published yet. How do you do that? So you are going to copy a section of the paper and then you paste it online. Or you copy the title, paste it online to see if the paper is already available online or not. Okay, so you have to do this to cross-check. Okay, and then number five, the research design is appropriate. Okay, you have to make sure, okay, the research design is appropriate. What the design use really fit for that particular kind of data. Okay, so you need to really cross-check that one. Okay, because we have so many quantitative designs, and then we have so many qualitative designs. For example, in qualitative, the person using ethnography, is that what he's using? Okay, or he's using something else. Okay, if he use ethnography, is it really fit for that particular kind of audience? Or is it really fit for that particular kind of data? So you are going to cross-check all these things to make sure that the right design is used. Number six, the right kind of participants were used, okay? So who are involved in the study? I remember maybe 1 or 2 months ago, there was a paper I received for improvement. And then this particular paper, the data produced is on teachers, okay? But if you check the methodology, the respondent is student. So the result is on teachers, and then the participants are students. So I called this guy. I said, "What do you mean? How do you How did you do your study? Because the participants seem to contradict. Okay, did you use both teachers and students, or what did you do?" And then he had to tell me, and then I have to fix everything to make it publishable. Okay, number seven, the sample size was adequate. Okay, usually before you can generalize a study, you require some number of participants. Okay, you require some number of participants depending on the size of the population. So if you check online data determination table, okay, by I think by research advisors, okay, research advisors, I think 2016, if I'm right, yeah, I think by research advisor 2016, they have a table, okay, for population and sample size. So which means that if you have this population, it's only this sample size that can be generalized for this particular population. So you are going to, as a reviewer, you are going to see what is the population size and what is the sample size used. Can the paper, the results be generalized or it cannot be generalized? Okay. If it is for qualitative, usually there is a size that a population size that is ideal for qualitative study. For example, according to research, between 5 to 12 sample size for qualitative, it means that you can attain something they call saturation. And saturation means that beyond a certain number of participants, you are going to get the same response throughout. Okay, you are going to get the same response throughout. So if you are using 5 participants, you will get the same result or the same response as using 20 participants. It doesn't make any difference. It means that when you have 5 participants, you achieve saturation. So no need to use 20 participants and so on and so forth. So usually for qualitative study, most of the time, the recommended sample size is usually between 5 to 12, 5 to 12 like that. You can choose more, but it doesn't really make any difference in your results according to research. Okay, and then number 8, the correctness of the statistics used. Okay, so you are going to check it. I have seen this over and over. Okay, for example, uh, significant relationship and significant difference. Sometimes people will use ANOVA and then they are talking about significant difference. Okay, if you use ANOVA, you cannot use significant difference. Okay, so if you use ANOVA, you talk about significant relationship. And then I have seen this over and over. But if you use t-test, you can use a significant difference and so on and so forth. So you have to check if the person use correlation, maybe peer uh, uh, use PR, you have to check all those things. Okay, is the correlation correct? Is the interpretation correct? Is the Pearson R? Is the formula used correct? And all those things. So you as the reviewer, you are going to cross-check all these things to be very, very sure that the correct thing is done. Okay, and then the next thing here, uh, the interpretation of data makes sense. So you are also going to make sure that your interpretation makes sense. It really makes sense. Okay, it does not lead any kind of misunderstanding. Okay, like I explained a while ago. Number 10, the findings are important and interesting to the journal's readers. Okay, so let's assume that the journal is about educational psychology. Okay, so if a person submits the paper, you have to understand that, look, the audience are people who are into educational psychology. Okay, so if the findings are not about educational psychology, it means that it might not be interesting to the readers. Okay, so then you need to make suggestion for improvement of the paper. Okay, so this is something you need to do. Now note that the methods are explained, make sure that methods are explained well enough, okay, that experiment can be replicated. This is what I mentioned, replication. That is what makes a paper scientific, okay? Because we have the scientific method, okay, and then the paper needs to follow the method. So the discussion session integrate the findings with relevant theory rather than simply rehearsing the introduction. Okay, so in the discussion, you need to note that the discussion has two levels, okay? First, you are going to make sure that the data is explained. That is the first level. That is the implications of the study, the inference of the study. And then number two, you are going to make sure that the findings is supported with literature. Okay, the finding is supported with literature. Okay, so the discussion is not just a repetition of the introduction, but explaining the meaning of the findings and supporting the finding with related literature. Okay, to agree or disagree with what the study is about. And then you have to make sure the writing is of high quality in terms of English language, okay? It has to be of high quality, void of grammar errors, void of grammar mistakes, and so on and so forth. So this is something you really need to do. Now, number 4, okay, you accept, reject, or revise. Okay, accept, reject, or revise. So over here, what we are saying is that at the end of your process, you will recommend whether the journal should accept the manuscript as it is, reject it outright, or ask the author to revise and resubmit the article. So usually these are the three options. So then what you do, understand that unless, okay, accept uh, the manuscript as it is, okay, which is really not, which really does not happen, okay, you will need to suggest ways to improve the paper, okay. In my own personal experience, I have not submitted any paper which was accepted right up, just right away. Every time there is minor revision. Okay, I think there was even one time I had a major revision. Okay, because the journal said the research is good, we like it so much. However, there's a problem with plagiarism. So I had to use a software to fix the whole thing and then resubmit again. Okay, so if you got a suggestion, Okay, you may also choose, okay, to weigh in on whether the article would be a better fit for the journal or not. Okay, so you have to consider, is this journal really appropriate? Is this paper really appropriate for the journal? So in your notes to the author, you should feel free, okay, to make suggestions about the best place to resubmit the manuscript, okay, according to Soko-chan. Okay, so what that means is that maybe you think like, no, the paper is not really appropriate for this journal. It's a good paper, however, I don't think it's really appropriate for this journal. So you can suggest some journals that the paper can be submitted to. There was one paper I received, I worked on it, I improved it, and like that. And then the author of the paper submitted to the journal. So the journal gave suggestion, okay, you do this and this and that, or we suggest that you submit the paper to this other journal. So I tell the author, no need to submit to another journal. Just do what they are telling you and then submit it back again. So he did it and then submitted, the paper was published. Okay, so this is something you really need to know. Okay, now number 5, map out a plan. You will need to map out a plan. So how do you do this? How do you do this? Okay, so having a set of process for conducting your review, okay, can make the experience less daunting. Okay, if you know the process, you have the process to follow, the review process become easier. You know, okay, this is what I need to do, this is what I need to do. Okay, from this step to that step and so on and so forth, your work becomes easier for you. Okay, so on day 1, this is what you can do. Read through the manuscript once without making comments, okay, or taking notes. Okay, so you can give yourself, I want to finish reviewing this paper maybe in 7 days. This is something you want to do. Or you want to review in 3 days. It depends on you. But usually me, I review the paper in a day like that. I sit on it and then I get everything finished. But you can follow this example I'm sharing here. Okay, in case you are that kind of busy person who does not have time to sit down like 2 or 3 hours to review the paper. Okay, so on day 2, you mark up the manuscript with comment. So the 1, you just read through it, and the 2, while you are reading through, you mark up, okay, with comments, and the 3, complete the written form, okay, and uh, type up notes to the author and then editor. So the 3, you are going to type in all your comment. The 2, you write in the comment. The 3, you type out the comment. Okay, and then nonetheless, you could accomplish all these 3 steps in one setting. And usually that is what I do. I read through it the first time, read again, put in comment, and then the next step, type out the comments like that. Okay, and then you have to know your statistics. Know your statistics. Okay, this is very important because statistical methods have become so complicated, sophisticated in recent years that it requires at least 1 or 2 reviewers to be a researcher with a strong statistical background. Here, what it means is that if you don't have a good research background, you might not be able to review a whole paper alone. It might not be possible because some researches, some statistics are very complicated nowadays. Okay, from my personal experience, Usually for all the reviews, I do everything, the statistics and everything together. But usually when I'm writing a research paper, uh, I don't waste time on trying to do statistics simply because I can just pay a small amount of money and then I will get an expert to analyze everything with excellence. Okay, and then I do the interpretation. That's what I do most of the time. However, in reviewing a paper, you should be able, you should have knowledge about the statistics. Okay, you should have knowledge about the statistics. So if the statistics is beyond your ability, okay, just be honest. I mean, you just be honest with the editor. Okay, tell the editor, I'm sorry, but the statistics component is very complicated. I don't see to understand it. I'll just review the first part and look for a statistician to check the other side, and that is okay. Now you have to think big picture. Okay, think big picture. And what that means is that you have to equally focus on the copy editing, okay, and the authors of a raw presentation of their research. Okay, so your focus is not only about statistics, about content, but your focus is also about the writing style, about the grammar, about everything. Okay, so you are looking at a holistic approach of the whole paper. Okay, so your review should not be more than 2 pages. Okay, it should not be more than 2 pages. Take note of this. Talking about double spaces. Okay, so your review report at most 2 pages, double spacing. Okay, and then number 8, meet your deadline. Okay, so earlier on I talked about this. So many journals operate on a 30-day turnaround. So some journals have even have even request that uh, reviews be returned in about 21 days. Okay, so you should always be able to meet your deadline as a good reviewer. So editors take turnaround time seriously. So be upfront about whether you have time to complete the review, okay, which typically requires 1 to 4 hours. Okay, so reviewing a paper will take an average about 2 hours to finish. Okay, so make sure that you have enough time to do it and then stick to doing the right thing. Okay, next thing here, if you do accept the invitation, you need to stick, okay? You need to stick to the deadline. Nothing more is frustrating than waiting for reviewers to get their comments back, okay? So it can be frustrating to the editor if your review report is delayed. Okay, now number 9, you have to be honest, okay? You have to be honest, okay, and be and upfront. So what that means is that when an editor sends you a manuscript for review, he or she, okay, is doing so with a fair amount of trust, okay? So he trusts that you can do an excellent job, and that's why he's sending the paper to you. So you also need to be honest with him as much as possible. So that means, among other things, that you cannot share the manuscript with another, with anyone, and that you must keep your thoughts about the unpublished paper. Okay, you don't say it out. So the editor also expects the reviewer to report any potential conflict of interest. Now, number 10, be kind and constructive. Okay, you have to be kind and constructive. So what does it mean? Okay, so remember to lead with the positive. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that, okay, your feedback or your report or your comment should be constructive, not destructive. Okay, so remember, no paper is so bad that you cannot provide, you can provide some sort of positive comment. Okay, so in your review, you are going to provide both positive and negative comment. But even negative comments are not recommended. Why? Because it's better to give suggestion than to give a negative comment. So you give positive comments and give suggestions on areas that you think that the paper needs to be improved. So what that means is that let's assume that the abstract was terribly written. So you don't say that your abstract is terrible, so improve it. No. How does he improve it? Okay, so you tell him, okay, the result section of the abstract is missing, so include the result section. Or you say that your method, the method section of the abstract was not well written. Okay, or you can say that you rewrite the method section of your abstract. Okay, so that is how you give review comment. You don't say that it's terrible, it doesn't look good, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not allowed. It's not allowed. That is something you should know. Okay, you also need to deliver critical feedback. Okay, reviewers need to think of themselves as judges, but as educators should not think of themselves as judges, but as educators helping authors to improve their manuscript by giving a very clear constructive note. So you are not a judge of the paper, but you are an educator to give suggestions for the paper to be improved. So that is what you have to really understand. Okay, now let's look at step-by-step guide to reviewing a paper. Step-by-step guide you can follow to review the paper. Okay, so let's look at responding to the editor. Okay, so when you receive an invitation to a peer review, okay, you will be sent a copy of the paper's abstract, okay, to help you decide whether you wish to do the review. So like I mentioned, the journal is not going to email the whole paper to you. No, they'll only email the abstract. So you check the abstract if it meets your expertise, okay, and then try to respond to invitation promptly. Okay, it will prevent delays. Okay, it is also important at this stage to declare any potential conflict of interest. Okay. Now overview of the review report format. Okay. So the structure of the review report varies usually between journals. However, some follow an informal structure, while others have a more formal approach. Okay, so now let's look at the informal structure of the review report. So many journals don't provide criteria for reviews, okay, beyond asking for your analysis of merit. So in this case, you may wish to familiarize yourself with examples of other reviews done for the journal, and then which the editor should be able to provide. Or as you get experience, you rely on your own evolving style. Okay, so for the informal structure, okay, the peer review does not follow any particular criteria or any set of characteristics or anything like that. Okay, so they just want you to give your view of the paper, whether it's good to be published or not. So this is an informal approach. Okay, this is an informal approach. However, for the formal approach, the journal require a more formal way of doing this. And then sometimes they will ask you to address specific questions, okay, in your review via a questionnaire. Okay, so they have a list of questions. For example, in the questions, or it's a table with questions and then areas to tick. Okay, so usually there can be questions like this: is the abstract well written? Yes or no? Okay, how can it be improved? Okay, then you tick and then you give your comment like that. So a whole list of things. So you just check, 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 check. Then at the end of the day, you are going to be given another place to check, accept, reject, revise, and so on and so forth, like that. And then you give your reasons why accept, why reject, why revise. Okay, so or they might want you to rate the manuscript on various attributes, okay, using a scorecard. So often you can't see this until you log in to submit your review report. Okay, sometimes there's a rating scale. You have to rate the journal on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay, and then it's expected that the rating should be beyond 8. Every paper should be beyond 8, okay, on the rating scale in order to merit publication. Okay, so this is something you should also understand. So it depends on the journal which style the journal want to use. So when you agree to the work, okay, it's worth checking for any journal specific guidelines and requirement. Okay, if there are formal guidelines, let them direct the structure of your review. Okay, so usually when they are provided you with journal guideline, just use the guideline. Okay, from my experience, okay, for the journals I review, some of them have got a guideline, okay, that you have to check, 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 and then write either accept or reject or revise, and provide your comment and ways to improve the paper. Okay, there are some other journals. There is no format for reviewing. Okay, so they only provide you with notes for the author, note for the editor, and then they will provide you whether accept, reject, or revise with minor revision or major revision, just like that. Okay, so you are going to write all the notes yourself without checking anything. Okay, now the first step is to read through, to do the first read through. This is similar to what I shared earlier, using the 3 days approach for the review. But this is more extensive compared to what I showed you earlier. Okay, so the first read through is a skim read. Okay, it will help you form an initial impression of the paper and then get a sense of whether your eventual recommendation will be to accept, reject, or reject the paper. So the first read through is just a skim through, okay? And then number 2, you are going to read first, the read first consideration. So what that means is that you are going to keep a pen and paper handy, okay, when skimming through. Okay, so bear in mind the following questions. They will help you form an overall impression. So A, what is the main question addressed by the research? Is it relevant and interesting? So you write down the main question and indicate whether it's relevant or it's not relevant. And then B, how original is the topic? Is it really a new topic, or it's just a topic which has been written over and over? So you can ask again, what does it add to the subject area, okay, compared to other published material? So you are going to ask yourself, are there areas, are there papers published already in relation to this particular topic? Okay, is it just a repetition of another study or what? Okay, so you are going to ask yourself that question. And then C, Is the paper well written? Okay, is the text clear and easy to read? Okay, so you have to answer this. Okay, maybe yes, and then you write your reason like that. And then next one, are the conclusion consistent with the evidence and argument presented? Do they address the main question posed? Okay, so you are going to ask yourself. Usually, your conclusion should be based on your objectives. So, do the conclusion answer the objective, or is there something else? Okay, so you are going to consider that. And then E, you ask yourself, if the author is if the author is disagreeing significantly with current academic consensus, do they have a substantial case? If not, what would be required, okay, to make their case credible? Maybe the paper you are reviewing, it's like the author is trying to come up with something new, which is different from what has been published in literature. Okay, so you ask yourself, is what the author is the presentation of the author really authentic? Are the claims really strong or not? Okay, if the claims are not really strong, then how can it be improved? Okay, and then F, if the paper includes tables or figures, do they add to the paper, and then do they aid understanding, or they are just superfluous? Okay, so if the paper, if the journal paper, okay, has tables and figures, okay, usually there are reasons for using a table, and then there are reasons for using figures. Okay, so you can't just use figures and tables together without having a clear understanding of why you are including figures and tables. Usually, if you want to use figures in your research paper, figures are more used for comparison of results, comparing different results, okay? Different components of your result that you can use figures, or comparing your result to other results by other authors, then you can use figures. But if you are not presenting any comparison, then figures are not recommended. If you are just presenting your result, always use tables. Okay, so you as a reviewer, you are going to make sure that the presentation, is it a comparative, is it a comparative study? Is it trying to compare different components of the research, or it is just presenting the results? Okay, so if it's just presentation, the person has used tables, then you are going to, if it's just a presentation, the person has used figures, then you are going to recommend to use tables and so on and so forth. So you are going to check that the tables are well done, that the fonts are okay, there are not too many lines in the paper, and so on and so forth. In the table, there are not too many lines. Because usually, ideally now, your table should have at most 4 lines only, 2 for the heading and then 2 below. There are some cases it's only 3, 2 up and 1 down. So not too many lines table like that, that is not accepted anymore. So this is something you should take note of. Okay, and then step 3, spotting potential major flaws. Okay, so you are going to find out what are the main flaws in the paper. What are the main flaws? Okay, so you are going to check that as well. Okay, so you might want to examine, number 1, the sampling in analytical paper. So you are going to check the sampling method used. Is it correct? Okay, they did use simple random sampling, clustered sampling. What kind of sampling they did use? They did use a probability or non-probability and so on and so forth. Okay, so if you find flaws, then you are going to comment on them. If you find strength, you are also going to comment on that as well. Okay, and then B, there's the sufficient use of control experiment. Okay, so in this case, if ever the study is experimental, okay, so you are going to make sure that there's a control involved. Okay, because usually for most experiment, that is how it should be, so that you can do a proper comparison, okay, than just doing the experiment without any control at all. Okay, and then C, precision of the process of data analysis or data gathering. So you are going to make sure that the process of data gathering was well done, the process of data analysis was also done, like that. And then the regularity of sampling and time independent studies. Okay, so here what that means is that depending on the study the person is conducting. For example, if you are doing a case study, okay, it is not advisable to just gather data in just 1 week, okay, because it's a case study, it has to be over time, like that. Or if you are using it's an ethnographic study, you don't just go and then do call it interviews in 1 day and then that is it. No, because ethnographic, you have to really in ethnography you have to really immerse yourself in the culture of the people to be able to get good data. Okay, so for research design that are time dependent, you have to check that, look, the person did the data gathering within the proper time range, like that. Now let's talk about validity, okay? So when we say validity, this study is valid, the results are valid. It means that the results satisfy the objectives. Okay, so if the results satisfy the objectives, it means that the study is valid or it has validity. Okay, so the validity of questions, the use of detailed methodology, and the data analysis being done systematically, okay, especially in qualitative research. And then for that qualitative research extend beyond the author's opinion, okay, with sufficient descriptive elements and appropriate quotes from interviews and focus group. So this is what you are going to check. This is for qualitative study. So in analyzing qualitative study to maintain validity, and you are going to make sure that the analysis is not just expression of the author's own mind, okay? But the author is presenting descriptive description and then quoting from the interviews and quoting from theories, okay? And then bringing everything coherently to form a proper analysis, okay? And then when we say reliability, we are saying that the results are consistent, okay? The results are consistent. So over here, let's look at some major flaws in information. So if methodology is less of an issue, okay, it's often a good idea to look at the data tables, the figures, and then the images, okay? So especially in science research, it's all about the information gathered. So if there are critical flaws, okay, in this, it's very likely the manuscript needs to be rejected. Okay, so you can have issues like these ones. Okay, insufficient data. The data is not sufficient. Okay, statistically non-significant variations, and then unclear data tables. And then you can also look at contradictory data that either are not self-consistent or disagree with the conclusion. Sometimes the data and then the discussion do not match with a conclusion. I've seen this too over and over. Okay, so make sure that your data they are consistent, and then they don't disagree with the conclusion you have provided. You have provided. Please take note of this. And then E, confirmatory data that adds title, if anything, to the current understanding, unless strong argument for such repetitions are made. Okay, so make sure that if the data is just confirming previous study, you have to make sure that there is a good argument. Okay, there is a good argument why it's confirming this particular study. On the other hand, okay, if it does not really confirm or it contradict, the bottom line here is that uh, the argument supporting your claims or the claims of the author has to be very, very strong, okay? Not just general explanation of things, but I mean strong argument, okay, to really make uh, the points the author is trying to present very laudable. So if you find a major problem, you have to note your reasoning and then your clear supporting evidence. What that means that if you really feel confused or you feel like, look, this point is not really good, you have to write down why you think that this particular point does not really make enough sense. Okay, you have to write down your argument for or against what you disagree. Okay, so step 3, you have to conclude your first reading. You need to conclude your first reading. So over here, after the initial read, okay, you are going to draft the first 2 paragraphs of your review. Okay, so the first summarizing the research question addressed, and then the second will be the contribution of the work. So after the first reading through, okay, you are going to summarize the research question, okay, that is being answered. And then you are going to write down in the summary also how the study answers the research question, whether it is answered or it's not answered. Okay, now the first paragraph. So this should state the main question addressed by the research and summarize the goals, approaches, and conclusions of the paper. So it should, number one, help the editor properly contextualize the research, okay, and add weight to your judgment, okay? So if you provide that kind of summary of the research questions, and then how the study answers the research question, it will really help the editor to make a decision whether to accept or reject, okay, the paper. And then B, show the author what key messages are conveyed, okay, to the reader, okay, so they can be sure, okay, they are achieving what they set out to do. So that summary is also going to help the author, okay, to improve the paper. So if peradventure your summary does not really tell that the study answered the research question, then it means that the author is going to have an idea, okay, and be able to improve his paper, okay, work on his paper to get it improved. Okay, and then C, focus on successful aspect of the paper, so the author get a sense of what you've done well, of what they've done well. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, your goal is not to tell about the negative side of the paper. So what has been done well You have to write it that this side has been done well, this side has been done well, this needs to be done, and so on and so forth. So at the end of the day, the author will not be totally dejected, seeing all the negative comment and no positive comment at all. Okay, so your goal is to create a balance, okay, not to frustrate any author. Now let's look at the second paragraph. So they should provide conceptual review, okay, of the contribution of the research, okay. Now the first paragraph, we are saying that summary of the research questions and how the study answers the research question. Now paragraph 2 of your review report, you are going to provide a conceptual overview, okay, of the contribution of the research. So how does the research contribute to knowledge? Okay, so over here, you have to consider this. Number one, ask yourself, is the paper's premise interesting and important? Okay, the introduction of the paper, is it really, really interesting and important? Number two, are the methods used appropriate? Okay, and then do the data support the conclusion? And then you ask yourself, and then note this. After drafting these two paragraphs, you should be able to, you should be in a position to decide whether the manuscript, okay, is, decide whether the manuscript is seriously flawed, okay, and should be rejected, or whether it is publishable in principle and merit a detailed and careful read through. Okay, so by the time you finish these two paragraphs, you'll be in a position to tell whether the paper should be rejected or accepted. Okay, rejection after the first read through. Even if you are coming to the opinion that an article has serious flaws, okay, make sure you read the whole paper. Okay, so don't just read the introduction and then say rejected. No, you have to read through the whole paper, very important. So this is important because you may find some really positive aspect that can be communicated to the author. Okay, this could help them with future submission. Okay, so a full read through will also make sure that any initial concerns are indeed correct and fair. Okay, so if you don't read through, then you cannot fully justify why you want the paper to be rejected, because you can't just read one part and then you say it's rejected because one part is horrible. What if the other part is excellent? Okay, so you have to read through the entire paper. Sometimes reviewers can be lazy. That's one thing you have to know. So after all, you need the context of the whole paper before deciding to reject the paper. Okay, so please take note of this and make sure you do it. Okay, so before starting the second read through, once the paper has passed the first read through, the first read, and you've decided the article is publishable in principle, okay, detailed read through will help prepare the manuscript for publication. Okay, so what that means is that if you decide that, look, the paper uh, can be published in principle, please take your time to read through it again so that you can give more detailed comment on how the paper can be improved or the paper can be made better. Nonetheless, you may still decide to reject it following the second read through. So usually the decision can come after the first read through or after the second read through. Okay, so you may accept it for the second read through, the first read through, but the second read through reject, it's possible. Or you can reject and reject for first read through and second read through, or accept and accept for first read through and second read through. So whichever could be the case. However, please make sure you read through the paper, the whole paper. before you give your final verdict on the paper. Okay, so the benchmark for acceptance is whether the manuscript makes useful contribution, okay, to the knowledge base or understanding of the subject matter. Okay, it needs to be fully complete research. Okay, it may be an interim paper. Okay, so papers for publication, they have to always be a full paper. So you cannot accept half paper to be published. Okay, there are some journals, usually they are not peer-reviewed journals that publish research abstracts. Okay, however, for peer-reviewed journal, it should always be a whole paper. Okay, you can also write a literature review and publish. I've done it a couple of times. Just literature review only. But usually literature reviews have got a structure. The structure is not the same like the research article. Okay, it's not like the research article. A literature review has a different structure, and you have to note the difference while you are checking the paper. If it is just a literature review, you have to cross-check with the journal style because it differs from one journal to the other. Okay, so after all, research is an incomplete, ongoing project by its nature. Okay, the detailed read-through should shall take no more than an hour. Okay, for the moderate experienced reviewer. Okay, so what we are saying is that it should be a complete paper. Okay, it could be uh, how do they call it, a terminal paper from maybe from your research class or whatever. Actually, I have published one terminal paper from a research class. Okay, so you can publish it, but make sure at the end of the day it's a complete paper, not a short paper, incomplete project like that. Okay, now offer clear suggestions for how the author can address the concerns raised. Okay, in other words, if you are going to raise a problem, please provide a solution. Okay, if you raise a problem, if you comment that there's a problem there, tell how the problem can be resolved. Don't assume that the what do you call it, the researcher is going to just find out how to fix the problem. No, you have to provide suggestion on how the problem can be resolved. Okay, now preparation to save time and simplify the review. Don't rely solely upon inserting comment in the manuscript document. Okay, make separate notes. Usually in Microsoft Word, you can insert comments in the paper. Whatever every comment you want to every section you want to give comment, you can just insert it. Yeah, but it's advisable to make a separate note, giving reference to which paragraph, which line, and so on and so forth. So try to group similar concerns or phrase together. So the strength and weakness in one side, uh, the uh, the strength in one side, the weakness in another side, the recommendations in another side, and so on and so forth. So you give a comment, you just separate them into sections like that, and then note lines, note line numbers of the text upon which your notes are based. Okay, this helps you find items again, and also aids those reading your review comments. Okay, usually, like I just mentioned a while ago, when you make separate notes, you need to make reference to which paragraph, which line number that thing belongs to, which page number, and so on. So that if the author is reading your comment, he knows that, okay, this comment is for line number 2 for paragraph 1 for page 3. Okay, so he can just go there right away and fix the problem without any complication. Okay, then keep images, paragraphs, and data tables in clear view. Okay, either print them off or have them in view on a second computer or monitor. Okay, so if ever you are going to include any of these in your review, you have to make sure that they are well done, they are well presented, they are clear to understand, and so on and so forth. Now let's look at step number 4. Okay, so step number 4 has to do with doing the second read through. So we are saying here that as you read through the manuscript the second time, you will need to identify places where the meaning is unclear or ambiguous. Okay, places where the meaning is unclear or ambiguous. Okay, and then you look at factual errors. Okay, ambiguous means that it has double meaning. Okay, so just make sure it doesn't make double meaning, just single meaning only. Okay, invalid argument, you are going to also check out on these ones as well. Okay, and then you may also ask these questions. Does the title properly reflect the subject of the study? So you are going to make sure that the title really corresponds with the data, with the conclusion, with the result, and so on and so forth. Okay, that the abstract provide an accessible summary of the paper. Note that every abstract, if it is a standard abstract, it should have 5 parts. Okay, in most scientific papers, it's got four parts, but a standard abstract should have 5 components. Okay, which are your abstract should have an introduction. Okay, and then it should have a purpose. Then it should have a method. It should have a result, and then it should have conclusion or suggestion. Okay, so every abstract, if it is a standard abstract, it should have all these 5 components. Okay, usually some people go with 4 components. There's nothing wrong with that, but that is not considered as a standard abstract. Okay, so please take note of this. You are going to make sure that the abstract is really okay. And then you have to ask yourself, do the keywords accurately reflect the content? This is something I have seen it over and over. Okay, the keyword seems to be something else. They are just words. Just simple some words that do not really connect with the study at all. So as a reviewer, you are going to make sure that the keywords used really reflect. Okay, really reflect the study, or it's really connected with the study. Okay, and then you ask yourself, is the research paper an appropriate, is the research paper, does it have an appropriate length? Okay, typically the length of a research paper should be between 4,000 to 6,000 words. Okay, 4,000 to 6,000. Usually if your research paper is below 4,000 words, it will not be accepted for most scientific papers. Okay, for most scientific papers. Okay, there are papers that could be less than that, but it usually depends on the journal. So you should cross-check with the journal, make sure that you know the length, okay, of the length requirement of the journal, so that at the end of the day you will be able to do the right thing. Okay, and that is that. And then you can also ask yourself, are the key messages short and accurate and clear? So like the conclusion, like the suggestions, are they really very clear? Okay, are they short? Are they accurate? Are they concise? And so on and so forth. Then check the language. Okay, not every submission is well written. That is one thing you should know. Okay, so part of your role as a reviewer is to make sure that the text has clear meaning. Okay. Now this is what the editor said. If a manuscript has many English language and editing issues, please do not try to fix it. Okay. If it is too bad, note that in your review. Okay. Note that in your review report or your review. Okay. And then it is up to the author to fix all those problems. So as a reviewer, it's not your duty to fix the grammar issues in the paper. Okay, so just indicate that the paper has grammar issue that need to be fixed. Okay, just like that. It's okay. It's not your duty to be a grammarian for a research paper. Okay. Now, if the research article is too difficult to understand, you should have rejected it already. However, if the language is poor but you understand the core message, see if you can suggest improvement to fix the problem. Sometimes the grammar is poor, but you can understand, you can make sense of it. So in that case, you make suggestions that those problems be fixed. Okay. So you can ask yourself some of these questions. Okay. Are there certain aspects that could be communicated better, such as parts of the discussion? Okay. You ask this question, and then if the answer is not, if you're not getting the answer, or if the answer is yes, indicate that this part and this part need to be well communicated, like that. Okay, and then should the author consider resubmitting to the same journal after language improvement? So you are going to also make recommendation to the editor and also to the author that after fixing the language problem, you submit the paper back to the journal. Okay, and then you should also consider this question: will you consider looking at the paper again when these problems are fixed or dealt with? Okay, so usually the editor will want to know from you. Okay, maybe you review the paper, you give comment for revision. Now the editor will want to know whether after the correction is done, you are willing to review again. Okay, so you have to indicate that to in your comment to the editor, not to the journal. Okay, that you are willing to check the paper again after the problems are fixed. Okay, now let's look at on grammar and punctuation. Okay, so your primary role is judging the research content. So don't spend time trying to polish in grammar or spelling. So editors will make sure that the text is at high standard before they publish it. However, if you spot grammatical errors that affect the clarity of the meaning, it's important to highlight those errors, okay? And then expect to to make suggestions for amendment. It's rare for a manuscript to pass peer review without correction. Like I said, 1 out of 50 papers will be published without any correction. So because you are one man who wrote the paper, and then 3 people are going to judge the paper, there's no way they will not find any comment at all. Okay, they will find a comment about the paper. Okay, understand this. 79% of recommendations by reviewers are usually influenced by grammar and writing style, according to Shuttle 2010. Okay, so this is something you have to know. Okay, now step 5, check section by section. Now you are going to check the introduction. Okay, now let me recap everything again. I've said that in your first initial read through, you are going to give a summary of the research question, and then you are going to tell whether the study answered the research question or not. Okay, that will be the first thing you are going to do. Then after that, you are going to read through. But before that, you may decide to reject or accept, okay, the paper in the first read through. Okay, so in the second read through, you are going to write out your comments and so on and so forth. Okay, and then write a summary of the whole thing. Okay, whether the content is really significant enough, everything is authentic, original, and so on and so forth. So at this stage, you could also decide to what do you call it, to accept or to reject. Okay, so when that is done, now you are going to go through section by section. Okay, and then it is also recommended that you provide comments on the various sections. Okay, actually you'll learn more about this when we provide you with the format for the review. You get to know, you have a very clear picture. Okay, so before the next training, I'm going to email to you, and then you know how it looks like. Okay, so don't worry about that. So on the introduction, you're going to make sure that it's well written. Okay, set out the argument, and then summarizes recent related to the topic, and then highlights the gaps in current understanding or conflict uh, in knowledge, in current knowledge, and then establishes originality of the research aims by demonstrating the need for investigation in the area, and then gives a clear idea of the target readership, okay, why the research was carried out, uh, and then the novelty and the topicality of the manuscript. So in the introduction, these are some of the things you are going to look at. Okay, that the introduction meets all these criteria. So if any of these things is missing, you are going to indicate it. Maybe the gap was not addressed yet, and so on and so forth. So you are going to present all these things and then give comment on all these areas. Okay, on originality, editors say, is a report providing new information? Is it novel or just confirmatory of well-known outcomes? Okay, so you have to make sure that the study is really providing new information, and then it's really an original research. Now, on the aims, it's common for the introduction to end by stating the research aims. So by this point, you should already have a good impression of them. So if the explicit aims come as a surprise, then the introduction needs improvement. So for every standard research paper, from the beginning of the introduction going to the end of the introduction, by the time you get to the last two paragraphs, gradually it should be leading you into why the study was written. And then after the introduction, or the introduction ends with the objectives of the study. So suddenly if the objective comes by surprise, then it means that it has to be, the introduction needs to be improved. On the methods and materials, okay, academic research should be replicable. I mentioned this already. Repeated, robust, and follow the best practice. Okay, so repeatable method provide enough detail so that other researchers are able to carry out the same research. For example, okay, equipment use or sampling method should be well described in detail so that others could follow the same steps, okay, and replicate the study. So when methods are not detailed, it's usual to ask for the method section to be revised. Okay, so this is one thing you can do when you are commenting on the methodology. Okay. So when we say a study is robust, we are saying the paper has enough data points to make sure that the data is reliable. And it also means that if there are insufficient data, it must be appropriate to recommend revision. Okay. So if the data is missed, some data are missing, you need to recommend for revision. I have received papers like that, even I think 2 weeks ago. Okay, I asked, where is this table? Where is that table? This table is missing, and then the person will send the rest of the data like that. Okay, and then you should also consider whether there is any inbuilt bias not nullified by control experiment. Okay, so sometimes there are some kind of bias in the study, and then you have to check out all those things. And then usually studies without control experiment, control component in the experiment can contain a lot of bias. Now let's look at the best practice. So during these checks, you should keep in mind, these best practices. Okay, so the health and safety of all participants, we mentioned this earlier, should not be compromised. The ethical standards should be maintained. And then if the research fails to reach relevant best practice standards, it's usual to recommend rejection. Okay, so what's more, you don't then need to read any further. Okay, so if ethical values are broken, then there is no need at all. Okay, now commenting on the results and discussion, this section should tell a coherent story. Okay, so the question is what happened, and then what was discovered or confirmed. And then you have to also think about certain patterns of good reporting that need to be followed can include this. Okay, so they should start by describing in simple terms what the data show. So earlier on, I mentioned that in the data, in the discussion, you have to, number one, describe your data, what the data means, and then you connect it to past research. Okay, and then it should make reference to statistical analysis such as significance or goodness of fit, and so on and so forth. And then once described, they should evaluate the trends observed. Okay, so your discussion should describe the trend that you are finding, and then explain the significance, whether there are significant difference, significant relationships, and so on and so forth. Are there correlation and so on? No correlation, why not? And so on and so forth. So you have to examine all these things, make sure that all these pieces are put together. So this can only be done by referencing published research. So you connect your study to other studies. Okay, so as a reviewer, make sure this is done. Okay, if it's not done, then you have to make suggestions for these things to be done. So the outcome should be a critical analysis of the data collected. So as a reviewer, you are going to make sure that the data is well analyzed, well explained, well interpreted before you recommend accepting by the journal. So discussion should always, at some point, gather all the information together, okay, into a simple whole, which means authors should describe and discuss the overall story. Okay, it should describe the overall story. Recently, journals recommend that if you are doing the discussion, your discussion should tell a story. It should tell a story. So it should not just be pieces of information put together, but it should be coherent, okay, telling a real story. So whoever reads can really picture what's going on. So if there are gaps or inconsistencies in the story, okay, they should address these and suggest ways future research might confirm the findings or take the research forward. So it is your duty, to also tell about the weaknesses and then the strength. So if ever the study does not meet some criteria or does not solve some issues or leave some gaps, okay, it should be included in the suggestions or the conclusion. So you as a reviewer, when you check and these gaps are not addressed in the conclusion, you are going to make recommendation, okay, that I see that these issues came up in your study. Is it okay? You will add it to your suggestion for future studies so that future study could address these limitations. So you are going to provide suggestions as a reviewer to the author so that by your suggestion, they will improve the paper. Now for the conclusion, this section is usually more than a few paragraphs, okay? Okay, so and may be presented as part of the results and discussion. I mentioned this earlier. Depending on the style of the journal, the results and discussion can be together as one together with a conclusion, or they can be three different sections, okay? So you have to just take note. One paper we submitted, we viewed the results. No, we separated the results, the discussion, and conclusion. So there were three separate sections. But the reviewer commented, you fuse the three together. No, you fuse the discussion and then the conclusion together. So the results is a separate section. Initially, we mixed the results and the discussion together, but they asked us to separate it and then fuse the conclusion and then the discussion together. So you have to check and see if this is followed or not. Okay, so the conclusion should reflect upon the aims. I mentioned this earlier, whether they are achieved or not. Okay, and just like the aims should not be surprising. Okay, so if the conclusions are not evidence based, okay, it's appropriate to ask for them to be well written. So at the end of the day, this is your call it this is your aims, this is your conclusion. So they need to fit completely like that. Okay, they need to match. Okay, if the aim is here, the conclusion is like this. No, you as the reviewer, you need to tell that your conclusion does not match your aim. Okay, so rewrite your conclusion or change your aims. Okay, so this is something you will need to recommend. You need to recommend to the author so that at the end of the day, he will be able to do the right thing. Now, when we talk about references, as the reviewer, it's also your duty to comment on that. So you will need to check the references for accuracy, adequacy, and balance. Okay, by accuracy, we are talking about following the proper reference type. Is it APA? Is it MLA? Is it Harvard? Is it Vancouver? Or what is it? Okay, and by adequacy, we mean that you should put enough references in your work, okay, especially for the introduction and then the discussion. Like I mentioned earlier, okay, for research papers, in your introduction, every paragraph should have like two references. And then in your discussion, every paragraph should have like at least 3 to 4 references like that. And that makes your work well written and coherent. Don't put too many references too, because putting too many references does not really mean that your work is good. Okay, and then it should be average, like I have suggested. like that. And then also, let's say, so when we say accuracy, we are saying where a cited article is central to the author's argument. Okay, you should check the accuracy and format of the reference. That's what I said. So bear in mind different subject areas use different citation differently. Okay, so you are going to check the journal style. Okay, like that, and then make sure that the author uh, follows the same thing. Okay, now frequent reference adequacy. So you should consider if the reference is adequate. Okay, you ask that, are important part of the argument fully supported? Okay, are there published studies that show similar or the similar trend that should be discussed? Okay, sometimes there are other studies that are almost similar to that. So you have to make sure that the author tried to distinguish his study from that other study because the findings are almost the same, like that. And then if a manuscript only passes half, only uses half the citations typical in its field, okay, this may be an indicator that references should be improved, but don't be guided solely by quantity. Okay, I just mentioned this one too. So reference should be relevant, recent, and easily retrievable. Okay, so in the morning we talked a little about this. Okay, to make reference retrievable, it means that you have to put the URL or you need to put the DOI. Okay, usually for recent means that the reference you use should not be older than 10 years. For example, we are in 2021, so the references you use should not go beyond 2011. Okay, so the references you use for your paper should be from 2011, 2012, 13, 14, 15, up to 2021, not beyond that. Okay, if you want your paper to be easily accepted, these are the things you really need to consider. Okay, if your paper has a lot of old references, your paper can be easily rejected, or it could be a reason for rejection. And then plagiarism, we talked about this already. So if you suspect plagiarism, okay, you have to notify the editor, okay, to check this as well, okay. And then most editors have software to check plagiarism. Okay, so this brings us to an end of our second discussion. Okay, so let's open the door for questions. Okay, let's open the door for questions. If you have questions you want to ask, you are free to ask. You are free to ask any question you have. Okay, you can use the Q&A, or you can just switch on your video and then you can ask the questions you have about the presentation. Okay, any questions so far? Yes, sir.
For the references, I would like to ask if is it based on my knowledge and my other colleagues in the research. So for like Scopus and ISI, is it true that the references should exceed more than 20?
Okay, that is for thesis writing. For writing bachelor thesis, for writing master's thesis, and writing PhD thesis. Okay, bachelor's thesis usually should be between 20 to 30. And then for master's thesis, around 50. And then for PhD, references around 100. Okay, usually that is for thesis writing. However, for journal paper writing, there is no limit as to how many references you can use. However, don't make your references too many. Okay, your references usually should not exceed 2 pages. Okay, if it's double spacing, it should not exceed 2 pages. Okay, if it's single spacing, it should just be 1 page to 1.5 only. Okay, for your research paper. So there is no specific number as to how many reference, but they limit it to the number of pages the reference should be. Not more than 2 pages for double spacing. And then if you are using single spacing, just limit it to about 1 page only, or at most 1.5 page only.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions or anybody who want to add some suggestions or clarifications? Okay, if you want to talk, switch on your video, please, and then let's talk. Okay, anyone, any question, please? Okay. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Zione, for your comment. And then Sir Serapion, okay, we are not able to get new references. Okay, Sir Serapion, as part of the next presentation for next week, I will show you how to get new references. So don't worry about that. It is super easy to get new references. So don't worry, I will show you how you can do that. In our next meeting, I will discuss that one. So don't worry about that, sir. Okay, now I'm trying to check the comments here. Okay. I think, is it Ma'am or Sir Florante? Sir, after the participants are certified, is it okay to ask for emails of those who are certified or university? Okay, for our existing journal. Okay, the university here is my personal. Okay, sir, is it sir or ma'am? Sir Florante, we have actually a WhatsApp chat, a WhatsApp group for all the certified peer reviewers, because this is the second time we are doing this training. Okay, so after this training, we are going to add you to the group chat of the certified reviewers. Okay, so if ever you need somebody to join your team, you can just contact them in the WhatsApp, and then they will provide you with the detail. Okay, it might not be ethical for me to give you. You have to consult them to get it by yourself. So in the WhatsApp group, you can chat with anybody, and then they can be of help to you. Okay, so that is the truth. Sir Gaffo, he said he cannot hear. Okay, I will read the comments here. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Mark. Okay. Stop it always. Okay, Ma'am Joanne, may I know if the ethical, may I know if it is ethical to require or follow up with the conference organizer / editor the status of your paper? Yeah. It's very ethical to do that. It's very ethical. So you can follow up on your paper. You can follow up. Okay. Now another question here. What are the clear-cut guidelines in terms of function between peer review and editor? Okay, the editor is the one who receives the paper. For some journal, they use the term editor-in-chief. Okay, so the paper comes to him, and then he does the initial review, and then he will make sure that the paper is good for publication or not. Okay, so when that is done, then he will forward it to the reviewers. So the reviewers are just supposed to provide their own views about the paper. But at the end of the day, the editor is the one who makes the final decision, or the editor-in-chief is the one who makes the final decision. But let me say that some journal, they have editor-in-chief, and then they have editors. And the editors also serve as reviewers at the same time. So editor can be a reviewer, or reviewer can be from outside, who is not part of the editorial team or the editors. Okay, so that is basically the differences. Okay, so that is basically the differences. Okay, any other questions, please? Is everything okay? If I have not answered your question in the chat, please ask, because I'm reading. I may skip some of the comments. Okay, as Gafo is saying, the way I see it, the work of the peer reviewer is not much different from thesis advisor. No, it's very different from thesis advisor. It's very different because for your thesis advisor, you sit down with him, he talks with you, and then he gives you, tells you what to do. But you are a peer reviewer, you don't know the author, You just check the paper and then give your comment. Okay, so at the end of the day, you submit your reports to the editor. The editor makes the decision. But in thesis advisory, okay, you provide guidance continuously, face to face, like that. And then even during the thesis, what do you call it, during the thesis presentation or defense, you are still sitting there with your student. And sometimes, usually you are not supposed to make comment, but you can still make a constructive comment to put your student on track. So there's a lot of difference. Okay, and then another difference is also that if you are advising, you are not reviewing a complete paper. Okay, that's one thing. You are just helping to write the paper. Unlike the peer review, the paper is done already. Okay, so you are checking what is wrong and what is not wrong. Okay, so there are a couple of differences in being a thesis advisor and being a reviewer. Okay.
Sir, may I?
Yes, look.
The American Statistical Association came out with a statement about the p-value, about the use of p-value as a filter. So
Come
what
again.
has been
Come again, please.
the American Statistical Association
Yes.
came up with a statement about the use and misuse of p-value.
T-value.
Yes, that it right now it serves as a filter, as a screen that, and some journals reject papers if the paper found that there's no significant difference or whatever. Yeah. So
Okay.
what's the trend right now in terms of the use of p-value
Mhm.
in research, in statistics?
Okay. Usually, the problem with most authors is like that. They will write, there is significant difference in this, but they don't mention exactly what the difference is. And I have seen it over and over. So if you say significant difference, what do you mean? It doesn't really make sense. Okay, so there's significant difference. Then you have to go on to tell what the significant difference are. Okay, if the difference are in value, you have to write the value itself, the actual difference that you are talking about. Yeah, because I have encountered that many times. So in my case, if you submit a paper I'm reviewing and you just say a significant difference, I will not be convinced. Yeah, I will not be convinced. So if you say a significant difference, what do you mean? You have to explain more what the significant difference means. What is it that you are talking about? So I guess that is the main issue. Authors don't really explain what they mean by significant difference. So you have to provide the actual difference you are talking about and explain it better in order to let it make proper sense. So that is my observation with the use of significant differences and so on and so forth. Okay, I'm not sure, did I answer your question?
I partially, sir.
Partially.
I was asking whether whether because the ASA, they are promoting, sort of endorsing, we should stop using p-value as whether the paper has merit or not.
Okay.
That's what they are saying. So if that would be the case, how do we now uh write our conclusion or recommendation without using p-value? How should we now use p-value? Para it's like they are encouraging a world without p-value as a as an ano as a
Okay,
as a
okay, okay. So in that case, then my suggestion would be that usually every university has got a statistician. Okay, if you are an ordinary researcher, you are not a statistician, your level of knowledge about statistics will never be the same like somebody who is a major in statistics. So I will recommend that when your data is done, let the statistician check it. Okay, let the statistician check it and then give you the proper recommendation on the analysis in order not to make the same mistake they are asking you not to do. So consult the statistician in your school and then you present your data and then they will give you the proper recommendation and what you can do about that. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. I agree. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Okay. So any more comments or suggestion, contribution, or anything like that? Okay. So let's talk about the next meeting. Somebody stepped on my toe, and then he said next week, Saturday will be Holy Week. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I was the one who sent the email po.
Is that correct, please?
Yes, sir. It's a Black Saturday for the Holy Week.
Okay,
It's
okay,
Black
okay.
Saturday.
Okay, it's a
And
Black Saturday. So what's your suggestion? Should we move it to the weekday or we should move it to the following Saturday? What's your suggestion?
If I may say, sir, I think, well, in my case, I'm also working from home, so maybe most of the participants are also doing the same. Is it possible for us to have it on? I think the next Saturday is April 9.
Yeah, that'll
If
be
it's
April
okay
10.
with if it's okay with the group.
Okay,
well,
okay.
I'm
So,
in I'm
I
in Metro
agree with
Manila.
April 10. The
Oh, hello.
final.
hello.
Hello. I might we some of us might not be able to attend during weekdays because we are reporting in the universities.
Okay, okay.
University officials are do not work from home. We
Okay,
always report in school.
okay,
So I
okay.
don't agree with the weekdays.
Okay, okay.
How
All right.
about
So,
We in Metro Manila are stuck here in Metro Manila because of the restrictions. So if we keep the Saturday, the original schedule is fine with us. We're in a staycation mood. We
yeah?
can't get out of Metro Manila.
If I may say something, sir, I'm sorry, being being a Catholic, I think well, for me, I'm really observing holy activities
Sacrament.
during Holy Week.
hmm,
Um, not the same. I know that not all of us are Catholic, but um, if it's possible, if everybody or most of us will be suggesting that to um, to push on the schedule, maybe I'll just ask or I'll just request for me to be scheduled on another day.
hmm. Okay,
Thank you.
how about we'll move it to April 10? Would that be too far?
Oh wait, I'll check on the calendar.
April 10 is also Saturday.
Yeah,
Next
I'm
week is
sorry. I thought it's April 9.
April 3. So it means that the next Saturday will be April 10. Will you like that? What do you think?
For me, it's okay. I don't know to others.
Okay, or we should vote. Let's see how many people can make it on April 3.
Sir,
Yes,
may I suggest? How about April 9? It's a holiday.
April 9.
It's a holiday.
Okay, okay. Yeah, if
Because
April
April
9 is holiday, then if
April
the
9 is
others are
holiday.
okay, then we do that.
because on next Saturday I already have regular class of my graduate school. I also have a class in I'm a professor of the graduate school, so um, as of now I just keep little time with them. But next Saturday, if not 10, so if 7, if 10, it
10
should
is
be
Saturday
it
po.
is somewhat conflict already with that with my time for them. So if
April
I
9.
may suggest, if it's okay with the group, so I will suggest if it's 9, it is
I
around
agree
ang
with
gitingan, it's a holiday.
yeah.
If it's
Okay.
okay with the group.
Okay, so please type the day that you want so that we can check. Type in the comment April 10, April 9, or whichever date. Just type in the comment. Let's see how many votes we will get. Yeah, please, everybody do this exercise. April 9, April 10. Okay, we are looking at all the comments, so please, everybody, you comment. Let's see. We'll just count how many nines, how many tens, and then we'll make the final decision. Yeah, but don't worry. If ever you are not able to make it, we have the recording, the handout, and then I can meet you one-on-one. If there's something you don't understand, just explain to you. Okay, so you don't have to worry. Okay, it seems we have more April 9. Yeah, we have more April 9. Okay, so we'll move the next meeting to April 9. Okay, so those of you who cannot make it on April 9, just don't worry. You have the recording, everything ready. And then the handouts will be there. There are exercises too that will come after next week's training. Okay, so you have access to the exercises as well. Okay, so our final date will be April 9 for the second session of the peer reviewer certification training. Okay, so please take note of this. So April 9 is a Friday, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, April
Yes,
9.
Doc.
Okay. So that's a Friday. So same way Friday will begin at 8:30 to 4:30. Okay, so please let's take note of the date. Okay. All right. So any more questions or comments before we end our session for today?
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Paul.
You're welcome. Okay.
Thank you,
So
sir.
if there are no more questions, I will ask you to give your rating for today's discussion. Okay, 10 being the highest rating and 0 being no rating. 0. Okay. So please give us your comment because it will help us to improve the training. And then those of you who need official receipt, please message through our Facebook Messenger, and then I'll prepare your official receipt. We'll get the receipt prepared. So please just message later in Messenger, and then we'll get it done. Okay. All right. So I would say Maramin Salamat po. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining the training, and God really bless you. Okay, I wish you happy holidays, especially during the Holy Week. Okay, so God bless you and see you again on April 9. All right, God bless you.
God bless you, sir.
Okay, God bless
Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you,
Right.
Paul.
Always.
Thanks to all for
Before
understanding.
that, let's take photo. Okay, switch on your camera. We need to take photo.
God bless you too, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, everybody switch on your camera, please. If you need help to switch on your camera, please let me know so that I
Yes,
can.
Paul, it's blocked.
Okay. Okay, switch on your camera. We just have 15 people whose cameras are not on yet. Okay. So everybody switch on your camera.
Still up po.
Okay, we still have 12 people. Your cameras are not on. Okay, we still have 10 people. Your cameras are not on. Okay. Okay, so let me capture now. So give me your best smile.
Oh, I can.
360-degree smile. Okay, so
Sir, I cannot open my camera because it's locked.
oh, your camera is locked. What's your
On
name?
your side, ma. Scarmagliorakis.
Okay, okay, I will check for you.
Apologies.
Tools are you around?
Okay, permission granted. See if you can turn it on now. Okay, if you still cannot turn on, let me know. I will help you to do that. Jefferson, okay, you are on. Ma'am Joanne, your camera is off. And then Mary Ann, Ma'am Mary Ann as Horace. And then Ma'am Monette, Melogene, Ma'am Melogene. Okay, if you need help, please tell me. Okay, so okay, let me capture the first one. Okay, smile. Okay, captured. Just a minute. Let me capture for the second time. Okay, capture again. Okay. All right, ready? Okay. Okay, I'm done, and I say thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if
Okay.
you need consulting for anything, please, you can just send message through Facebook Messenger, and then we'll respond. Okay, God bless you. Love you all. God bless you.
Bless you.
Okay, God
Thank
bless
you,
you.
thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Salamat po. Ingat
Thank
po
you
tayong
also.
lahat.
Goodbye.
Bye,
Goodbye,
everyone.
everyone. Thank you
Sir.
so much.
Stay safe.
Ano yung microphone mo?